Hey, good morning, everyone. Carl Steinbeck here. Welcome to this, what should be the last and final day of testimony in the state versus Charlie Adelson, state of Florida. And we're going to be starting up here in a few minutes. And what I thought we'd do this morning, as long as Charlie's on the stand, if you guys want to hear what he has to say, then I would say that go ahead and jump to like Law and Order channel or another channel to see him if you just want to listen to him. But I don't think many of us can stand to listen. So I was encouraged to go ahead and just do a Q&A and just do some talking points as we go through this. So if you have any questions, just type in a triple Q and or the question mark symbol a couple times, and then I'll know to look for your question. And so I think that my impressions, I woke up early this morning. The only thing that really came to mind was really what their defense is, the insanity defense, because this is really insane what they're coming up with. And as you know, they've already pretty much conceded virtually everything the government has presented is the truth. The only twist on it is that they were extorted. Charlie was extorted, and that's why he was doing all this. So it's just pretty laughable of a defense. It's really sad and pathetic, and that's pretty much that's all that defense counsel has to work with. And so, yesterday I talked about this, you might as well come up with some radical theory like he was abducted by aliens and somebody cloned him and had the ability to robotize him and basically walk through all this kind of stuff. Another radical theory would be, hey, you can, this is too far back in time, but nowadays you could maybe say that he was kidnapped and they had some AI clone and the AI clone can actually replicate his voice and stuff like that. So the wiretaps and all that wasn't really Charlie, that was his AI clone. So, some far-fetched, outlandish story like that would be something they could pull off nowadays, but not back then. So, like I say, his defense attorney doesn't have anything to work with. I just don't know his strategy of why he's dragging this out with this slow questioning like that. I'm surprised the judge didn't say, I'll give you as many days as you want to present your defense rebuttal, but what you must do is you're going to speed up your questioning, counsel. So he's going so slow, it seems like it's deliberate, grinding through molasses here at a snail's pace. So the good part of it, though, I think, is that because any juror that's listening to this kind of stuff, they're going to be wanting to have this thing end sooner or later. They're really not even going to be listening to Charlie. Listening to Charlie right now is really driving them probably crazy. And like he said in his opening, you're going to find out that Charlie likes to talk a lot. And Charlie said he didn't know he talked that much, but we didn't know we were going to hear about that on direct examination, that this thing went on all day yesterday, and we're going to hear more of it today.
Just as a reminder, again, today when the testimony is taking place, please do not make...
I'm just going to overtalk Charlie when he gets on here. Let's listen to the judge first. Can you go back to the court, Ben, please? Thank you for Ben Self Productions handling all the technical support this week. Doing a great job there, Ben.
Please silence your devices.
Just giving a cautionary instructions again.
No, Your Honor.
Those in the audience.
Yep, you can come up and take the stand again. But you remain under oath, sir.
Jury's not there. You can see the empty chairs. So he's going to be sitting down when the jury comes in. Excuse me. Yeah, Grimm Brothers can come up with that one. I mean, this is unreal. I don't know what case I'll be covering next. I only was covering this case because it just screamed injustice and outrage. And so I didn't have any plan, and I don't have any plan. I don't know what I'm gonna do next, okay? I know that Joel asked me to be on Striking the Survivor on the Ellen Greenberg case, so I really only want to probably cover a case that is still unsolved or something very outrageous going on that needs public comment.
We are going to continue with the direct examination of Mr. Adelson. Mr. Rashbaum, when you're ready, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think the defense thing is well too, look at that thick binder. Look at how thick that is. That's their direct examination. That's all we had to cover yesterday. Several inches of that binder were on his direct. I'm surprised that many people showed back up in the courtroom this morning. I know John was just like, I'm not going to listen anymore to this.
Which is on May 4th, 2016. Around 11 minutes into the call, it's a call with you and your mom. You ask your mom if everything is okay. And she says she doesn't want to talk on the phone. And you ask her whether you should come down and you agree to meet the next day. Do you remember that call?
He's restating a conversation. There's nothing up on the screen. It's just eye poked out
what
material.
Did you think when that call happened? Did you think that there was another
activity? Okay, hey Debbie, talk about the puzzle example you gave months ago. So one of the videos that
in fact,
I had up there with John, we were talking about circumstantial evidence
your mom
cases
had received
in case
a text in the early morning.
Prosecution's afraid to take on Wendi Adelson.
So you don't take me
what
serious.
I was saying that my review of the evidence against her showed that all the pieces fit, all the indicators are there, and what happens on a circumstantial case, if somebody's innocent, then you're not going to find a lot of pieces that all harmonize together. You're going to find, you might find a few indicators of guilt, but you may not be sure of it. But when you have so many little circumstances that all line up with somebody would do if they're guilty, they're not coincidences. They're circumstantials that help drive you to the conclusion of who actually did it or how many other people did it as well. So I called it like a mosaic. So all the mosaic pieces fit together, or a puzzle piece fits together in a circumstantial case. So if you look at all the little bits and pieces, it may be a microscopic amount of information, maybe a small puzzle piece, but it all fits into a one whole picture. And so when you get done putting all the evidence together, you actually have a puzzle picture of the individual or individuals who actually committed the crime. And that's exactly what I put together with Wendi Adelson. And I actually did more of the detail of it on Surviving the Survivor. I sort of like started from scratch and did it all over again, because the one I did on indicators with John was more of a real quick one, and wasn't as well researched as my one I did on Surviving the Survivor. And so I got more details and stuff like that on the Survivor one. So the 100+ reasons, Joel called the reasons on his thumbnails. I didn't call it reasons, I call it indicators, because it wasn't the reason that the murder happened, or it's the reason necessarily in and of itself to prove it, but there are indicators, and there's an overwhelming number, well over 100. So if you want to check that out. So that's how it was about the puzzle piece. Here, Charlie's case, it's not really circumstantial. They got like direct evidence of all his talk, all this data mining that they pulled off of him talking, on the phone, and him having the conversations, Dulce Vita. So all that kind of stuff aligns to more of a direct evidence. So I would say that this is more of a less circumstantial and more direct type evidence. But in any event, to me, I don't really look at whether it's circumstantial or direct. To me, evidence is evidence, and juries pick up on this, and you got to know how to package it and go into the details. Most attorneys don't go into enough details. I don't think George needs to call any rebuttal. I'd probably call Tamara Demko, but she's not on the witness list. The defense may not be prepped for her, but she really talked about how there was explosive growth in the battles that was going on between Dan and Wendi in court. So despite what we heard from that attorney of Wendy's, they were, I think
First
that
of
looks
all,
like
why did you
Dan was
tell
really
them you were gonna
confident
call
she was
from a
gonna
landline?
have, real issues with her bar license, and he also said that, in his court filings anyway, that she was gonna be in trouble, with, practicing law for this
When
Florida
you
State
called
University
her
Law School.
from
So,
the landline,
so I think
did
things
you
were,
call her cell
came
phone,
to the
or
point
did
of
you call
no
another
return, where
landline?
they had to do something to take out Dan, because they did not want to face this judge that was going to decide whether Wendy had, not been accurate on her affidavit and,
Did
other
you
matters
tell her,
involving,
"I wanna
denial
call
of
you from a
visitation and
landline to
whatnot.
another number"?
No, I wasn't trying to hide anything, I just wanted to have.
Okay, Pauline, yeah, I can't either. This is,
Star 67?
that's why I'm talking over this. So if you guys want to jump to a different channel, listen to him without me talking. I'm just going to be talking and, taking Q&As here.
Now,
If something good comes out, I'll be quiet for a few seconds and see what's happening here. Yeah, so I call this the insanity defense. I woke up this morning at 4 and I'm like, this is really insane. This is really a different version of and definition of the insanity defense. So
after some calls.
yeah, Matilda, I do believe this is so well rehearsed. And what I don't like doing is being like what he's doing now, Dan Rashbaum, he's doing so much of the talking that he's really tightly controlling what the defendant is saying. And he's got him down like a funneled chute, and he's trying to like keep him steered in that direction, because he knows Charlie rambling is going to say stuff that's going to get him caught up on some of the ways he has either hatred for Dan or things like, for example, he was telling Wendy Dan was being a jerk. I mean, God, you're talking about a murder victim here that you're accused of murdering, and you're calling him a jerk. And just no comprehension of how he's coming across, and he's just coming across terrible. I've heard some people say they think he's coming across good because he's coming across as level-headed or easygoing or something like that. Well, number one, he's heavily medicated. Number two, he's been taught and coached on how to act. So, and this is only direct. More of his personality come out on cross. So, but I think he's going to be trying to act really easygoing, and I'm sure he's got the right tweaks of meds to try to just become where he's not going to show any kind of anger. Because if he shows anger on a violent case like this for murder, if you show any anger as a defendant, that can really scare a jury and drive the whole point home that you are a violent murderer. So, Gregory Williams, I don't think they will bring out Sigfredo because I don't think they've interviewed him at all. So if he was willing to talk, perhaps, but Sigfredo, I don't think you need it. So you don't ever want to do rebuttal if you got the case already nailed. And defense, like I say, 99% of the prosecution's case defense agrees with. They just have this weird wrinkle that, Charlie was forced to do this. So, and all the code talk, yeah, that was code talk, but we didn't really need to talk in code, but we did talk in code because we didn't know who it was. We didn't know whether it was law enforcement. We didn't know whether it was this was basically the hitman doing this. And so, yeah, how are hitmen going to wiretap your phone? So it's just so ludicrous. But that thick binder there, man, if I was a juror sitting in there, I'd be thinking, look at that. This looks rehearsed. I've never had that kind of thing when I'm cross-examining or doing a direct on anybody. Going through reading a big 3-ring binder like that. It's just boring as all get out. And as Jacqueline Hitchcock says, as a Tallahassee resident, I am offended at this joke of a defense. Yeah, it really is. It really is a joke. And so, yeah, affirmative defense, basically saying, like, yeah, the
next day,
it's like I didn't do it, but he doesn't have any defense to raise really other than there might be some kind of duress type instruction that they ask for. Duress means that, yeah, you did it, but you had a legal justification to do it. So the legal justification they'll try to say is that he had an imminent threat to his and therefore he had to do this. So, I mean, there's no imminency here that's credible. So if I was a judge, I'd probably go ahead and give them whatever instruction on that kind of crackpot story they want, and then and not have it be an appellate issue. So I think that for any kind of a defense, the justification of what he did is not legally sufficient. But like I say, this judge may just say go ahead and give it anyway. So good question on Anthem. any other Adelsons that are arrested, I think they'd be able to bond out on jail because, what they don't have is threats to kill an undercover agent and also the talk about fleeing the country. So that was the real things that kept Charlie behind bars, not to mention his other criminal activity he talked about, but even that I don't think would have kept him in. So Charlie's own words are the reason he spent the last year and a half in the Leon County Jail, and his own words here will help seal his fate and convict him. So if somebody doesn't have a prior record, so Harvey, Donna, and Wendy don't have prior criminal records, right? And so without having a prior record, and there hasn't been they haven't been suspected or accused of a murder since this happened, so they would be able to bond out. It'd be probably a high bond, like maybe $1 million or something, but they'd all be able to be bonded out while they're pending trial.
And then someone else in the family was going to pay.
Yeah, the aliens did it. I mean, this is really whacked out, crazy stuff.
And then after hearing that call,
so Charlie, I think, could be waiting to. I think in his mind, he's going to walk. I mean, yesterday we heard reported from somebody in the courtroom. I don't know if it's Katie Kool-Lady or somebody, but there was a jailer that was overheard being asked by Charlie whether they would transport him to back to Miami area when he gets acquitted, and I can't remember what the agents was said to have said, but I think they said you got to find your own way back. So if you get he got arrested in his house, so they're not going to bring him back to his house. He'd have to find his own way. They'll just release him from the jail there. So for him to think like that just shows how delusional he is. And so in any event, so right now, no, he's not thinking that, but I think once he goes to prison, and if any of his parents or both his parents die while he's in prison here in the near term, then I think if it's just Wendy he has to hold out for, it's all bets off. He's gonna flip on Wendy to get out of prison there. So even though he's lying here, he's probably thinking he will think at that time, well, Wendy Katie got away with lying twice. I only lied once, so they can use me. So and they probably would to get Wendy. And
do you still think that she was?
Yeah, Brainall Tudu and Tato yesterday. Well, some more of it's going on here.
When did you realize that?
Yeah, Katie, I haven't looked at the proffers, but just lie upon lie upon lie. But you know, she didn't have also an attorney apparently, from what I understand, to like beat her up and confront her on her lies. So that's something that I think is a really a missed thing in the defense attorney profession, is that not confronting your client when you got absolute absurdity as a defense. And so like if I had Charlie as this kind of defense and he told me this is what happened, I'd say, okay, well, this you might as well pack away your toothbrush and prepare to go to prison for life, because no jury's going to buy that. And so yeah, it would be some heated conversations and whatnot to get him to see the light that, you know, if I'm really trying to help you, do you want to hear what you want to hear, or do you want to hear what I have to say and what your best outcome is based on my experience trying cases over the years? So, and if Charlie says, no, this is what really happened, and you know, this is what I want you to present for me, and I say, well, listen, do you want an attorney that you can outsmart on your defense? Do you really want an attorney that knows less than you do and how to defend yourself? If that's the case, you know, get somebody right out of law school that's never tried a case. They'll believe you. They'll take your case to trial. So in any event, that's the kind of stuff that I've used to gain control over a client, because then they stop to think, it's like, wait a minute, that does make sense. Do I really want an attorney that I can outwit and outsmart in defense tactics? So in this case here, I would say Charlie is outwitting and outsmarting his defense lawyer. So think about it. If you can outwit and outsmart your defense lawyer, then surely you can outwit and outsmart and bamboozle the jury here. So I think that's a train of thought for Charlie and what I've seen from folks.
Charlie, I'm going to ask you again.
So can Georgia could ask, are your parents here today, and why not? And then yeah, that could leave an impression. I don't think she's going to probably do that, but because they don't have a duty to present a defense, I think that's probably not a movie an attorney would want to make per se. But the
1 moment, Your Honor.
I think they could bring up the fact that none of your parents, when they found about this extortion threat, reported anything to the police either, right? You didn't encourage them to report it, so Wow, okay. I guess you heard about stuff on media where they're saying this has gone on too long. It's been torture. Okay, so I will not talk while she's going here unless it's something really important, I think, to add. So, as expected, George was the one taking down all those notes. I really think she doesn't need to go on long here. If I was her, I'd go less than an hour. Just hit the high points and get out of there so you can get this to jury and so we can get a conviction here today. Yes, Sanab, it is very painful. I think he sort of got the message probably after listening to some shows. I know he follows Surviving the Survivor, and I was told he has got some of his talking points from videos I've posted. Yeah, it was very draining. Wasn't it draining? Like, wow, just sort of like Joel said, he felt like he got waterboarded when we were on court TV last night. Yeah, I did too. It's just like pushing your head underwater to drown you and then bringing you up for a gasp of air and then down again. And it was it was a great great analogy. Instead of puzzle pieces to argue, breadcrumbs leading to all the mice. That's a good one. Thanks, Esther RN or Esther N. Yeah, some people are saying like, "Well, gosh, Carl laughed. He smiled or something like that." I mean, unless I'm looking at comments, I'm not. I'm just all serious and talking about how to prosecute a murder case. So I got my warrior mindset on, so there's not a lot of funny stuff. But you guys' comments, yeah, because when I do either the ones that are live or non-live, I'm not seeing comments from on the side of the screen. So if I don't need comments, I don't realize how funny you guys are. So that's what makes me laugh. I mean, there's just been some hilarious stuff. Like I say in the opening, I was just busting a gut. I was literally crying. Tears are pouring down my eyes. I was laughing so hard at different parts of the opening. Yeah, the attorney's like a poodle feeding him questions. And think about how much of the questions he's pulling different facts together and trying to tie it all in. And he's basically just handing these baby softball questions to Charlie.
I've never heard the saying that the simplest
So it just seems so rehearsed. Okay.
is always the most likely.
Can you turn it up, please, Ben? Maximize volume, please.
Was your explanation to the jury over the last little over a day the simplest explanation?
It was the truth.
You have a thorough explanation. Would you agree with that?
I told you what happened.
Do you agree that the only problem with having an explanation for everything is that there's just so many explanations?
There's no explanation. I explained what happened.
I want to go through some of that. You claim that you were extorted on July 18th, 2014 by Catherine Magbanua and also in the background, some Latin kings, probably Garcia and Rivera, right? Is that accurate?
No, I wasn't extorted by Catherine Magbanua.
You weren't?
That's not what I believed in 2014.
Okay, I'm sorry. I understood you to say you believe that today.
Today I do, yes.
All right, so who extorted you?
I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua's friend that she ran her mouth to.
Okay,
And
at
that's 2014.
Right, but as you sit here today, you think it's Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera. Is that accurate?
No, that's not accurate.
Okay. Who extorted you?
As I sit here today, I believe that it was Catherine Magbanua, and I believe Sigfredo Garcia, but I don't know for sure. I was never there when she was ever talking to him, so I don't know if he was in on it with her or not.
All right. At the time, though, you did not think she was guilty. Got that right. The time of the extortion.
In 2014?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And then so exactly when you found out would be, I think you said, her trial.
That I suspected that she was not telling me the truth and she was a part of it was in 2019.
At her trial?
Yes.
All right. And so she was arrested in 2016, right?
Yes.
All right. So For 3 years, she was in the Leon County Jail, awaiting trial, yes?
She was there.
And you believed she was innocent.
Yes.
And you had this whole explanation to assist with exonerating her, right?
I have the truth of what happened, yes.
But you didn't offer the truth of what happened, did you?
Nobody came to me. I thought the truth would come out.
Does someone have to come to you?
I was told not to talk to Katie and not to talk to anybody about this case by counsel.
Okay. So you...
Just like his sister.
Strike that. On day 1, which is July 18th, 2014, she is the only one that physically contacted you to conduct this extortion. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are.
So you never actually had any contact with any Latin King?
No.
No phone calls?
No phone calls.
No texts?
No.
No letters?
Well, in 2016, you're talking about in 14, right?
I'm talking about the first layer of the extortion. Did you have any contact with the thugs that were getting your money for 2 years?
No.
Did anybody put a gun to your head?
I was told that I would be killed in 48 hours if I didn't pay up.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did anyone put a gun to your head?
You're asking me, did anyone pull a gun on me?
That's what
Is
I
that your
asked you.
question? No,
Yeah.
nobody pulled a firearm on me.
All right, so when Catherine Magbanua came to you on July 18th and said, open the safe and give me all your money, she was not armed.
She was not carrying a gun that day,
And
no.
were you armed at that time? Did you have a weapon in your home?
I had weapons in my safe, yes.
Were you led to believe or told that the bad guys are outside, right outside your apartment or your residence?
No, but I was led to believe what they did to Dan, they were going to do to me.
I heard you say that, but my question is, did she say, like, the car's running, I'm going to take the money out there to him right now?
No, she never told me that they were waiting for me outside my house.
In fact, she stayed the night with you, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
And didn't exit your house with your $138,000 until the next day, right?
Correct.
And the money, the $138,000, was that stapled into $1,000 increments?
Each packet was $1,000, and had a staple in it.
And stapling money's a little unusual. Would you agree with that?
For me, it wasn't unusual. That's what I did.
Right, but nobody else does it. That's why I'm suggesting it's unusual.
I've never questioned people into how they keep their money, whether they keep it with a staple or a paper clip or an envelope. I just know what I do.
Would you agree, doctor, that it's a compelling piece of evidence that the killers were paid in stapled money and came up with that information in this case?
It's not compelling. The people who extorted me and got my money got it from my house, and it was stapled at my house.
They had to have gotten it from you, right? Because it was stapled.
If they got it from Katie, they got it from me.
So it had to be some kind of, I paid, but I did it under duress, based on that piece of evidence, right? That had to be built into your defense.
I was extorted, and I paid the money.
All right, so Katie comes in and she's in a panic and she tells you what's happened. And I need all the money in your safe right now. Do you suspect that maybe she's working with the police at that point? Maybe she's trying to set you up?
No, she didn't say I need all the money in your safe. That's not what she said.
Did she take all the money in your safe?
I cleaned out all the money in my safe and handed it to her.
Right. Why did you do that?
Because I was being extorted for $250,000.
But why didn't you? The bump was only $5,000, and you immediately became suspicious and questioning and had all these conversations and deliberations about what to do about it for days. When Katie comes to you, you just open the safe and give her the money, right?
That's what I did, and there's a big difference between
Great point.
the two.
Okay, well, the way that it was done to you, is that the way it's done?
You have to be more specific.
Well, on the wire, you say repeatedly, that's not the way it's done. You knew that the undercover agent was law enforcement, or at least strongly suspected, because that's not the way it's done. And my question to you is, since you're an expert on extortion, because you've been extorted before and that's how you knew that's not the way it's done, is this the way it's done? Do extortionists send a girlfriend of their victim to collect their extortion money? Is that the way it's done, doctor?
I'm telling you what happened to me, and I was told that if I didn't pay in 48 hours, I would be killed. The person that came and extorted my mom, that was not the same approach as what happened to me.
Is that the only way? That's the only way it's done? They send the girlfriend?
It's the only time I've ever been extorted like that.
Okay. And did you hear any of the negotiate? So they come in and they say, strike. They come in and they say, we need $1/3 of $1 million.
You need to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
You need to pay $1/3 of $1 million. Why not $1 million?
Because when I had told to Katie that the $1 million offer for Dan Markel, I said I was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million. And when she asked me, do you have that much money? And I said, yeah, I could pay it in cash. So she took it as I had cash, and she knew I had a ton of cash in my safe. So she thought I had the cash. I didn't have all that cash. So that's where I'm assuming they got the $1/3 of $1 million from.
But the offer that she bragged about was $1 million offer, isn't that right? That she ran her mouth about.
I was never there when she spoke to her friend.
Okay, was it $1 million offer?
The offer was that $1 million was going to be paid, and I was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
And weren't you going to cover Wendy's third as well?
No, not at all. I was going to cover my third.
Didn't your lawyer say in opening statement that you were going to cover the whole thing, or Wendy's third?
No, I was sitting here. I heard what he said. Charlie was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million.
All right. And so the offer was $1 million offer, and that's what you told Katie, along with the fact that you were going to cover the third.
I was telling her that I was going to pay $1/3 of $1 million, yeah. And then one day, if my sister was able to, she was going to pay me back.
And then you didn't have the amount of money that was being demanded at the time, right?
No, I only had what I had.
All right. And at that point, the blackmailer, Catherine Magbanoa, negotiates some type of layaway plan for you to complete the extortion with the Latin Kings?
Okay, Katie wasn't the blackmailer, and Katie wasn't the one who was extorting me.
Didn't you just tell this jury that Katie was the blackmailer? You realized it in 2019.
I had thought that when you were just talking, you were talking about 2014. You were talking about that night, okay. So yeah, that night happened in 2014.
Okay. We all know now, because you have revealed the puzzle piece, she's a blackmailer. Can we agree on that?
I believe, sitting here in 2023,
yes,
that she was in on the extortion for
yes.
sure.
Yes, so is it okay if I refer to her as a blackmailer?
I think there's a difference between blackmail and extortion, but yeah, okay. Sitting here today, we can, sure.
We'll refer to her as an extortionist. So this woman, the extortionist, is going to do you a solid by negotiating with the Latin Kings for you to get on a payment plan for the extortion. Isn't that what happened?
What you're doing is you're taking what we know in 2003 and trying to say, this is what I knew in 2014.
Did she put you on a payment plan?
Yes, she said, because I didn't have the money, she said, asked me if I could pay $3,000 a month in 2014, and I said, yes, I can.
Did you hear any of the conversation where she was making these negotiations on your behalf?
No, when she said, I'm going to go check with my friend, and if that's okay with him, she took her purse, took her keys, took her cell phone, she walked out of my front door, closed the door behind her, and I sat in my living room, and she came back about 5 minutes later.
You didn't want to talk to the guy yourself?
No, I didn't even think of that. I mean, but she went outside to call him.
All right, and then the two of you took a Xanax and went to sleep.
Well, I took a Xanax. I don't know if she took one out of the bottle, but I definitely did.
And the next morning, she left with your money, right?
She left about 8:30 the next morning.
That's July 19th, 2014?
Correct.
Let's talk about what you did that day. You did not report this to the police because you were in fear, correct?
Absolutely.
And you didn't report this to Wendy, even though, according to you, her life was in danger too, correct?
Potentially, but I planned on paying the extortion every month.
All right, but you did go to the gym that morning, right? Could we show that text, please? Were you able to go to the gym the next
I
morning?
absolutely didn't leave the house. I worked it out at Nova Southeastern Gym, and you can check the gym records. I was never there.
Okay. Did you say you were going to the gym?
I said I was, yeah.
But you didn't actually go?
No, I didn't leave the house.
All right, so would you agree, Doctor, and we'll refresh your memory with them if we can, that the text messages that were exchanged between yourself and Catherine McBanoa on the morning after this exchange of money were inconsistent with your extortion theory?
They were inconsistent with how I was feeling.
They don't appear to look like you just gave her $138,000 under duress, do they?
She told me the last thing she said to me before she left the house is, can we just pretend like this never even happened? So when I sent her that message, I was trying to show her, like, trying to forget all about it.
Yeah, you were just demonstrating to her that you would agree to pretend nothing happened, right?
Absolutely, that's what she asked me to do, and that's what I tried to do.
So the text messages aren't what they appear to be. It's a beautiful day, I'm going to the pool, I'm going to the beach, I'm going to the gym. None of that is what it appears to be. It's something else.
I absolutely did not go to the gym. I was trying to show her that I was, pretending like nothing ever happened and looking past it.
And there's nothing on the wire. All those hours of you talking. There is nothing on the wire about the extortion, this layer 1 of extortion, because she told you not to talk about it, right?
She told me to never talk about anything to anyone or her. She never wanted to hear about it again.
Yesterday, in your testimony, between you and your attorney, you mentioned the word extortion 123 times. Would you take my word for that?
I'm sure it came up a lot.
Okay. But nowhere, even in the midst of this whole second extortion, it's happening again. It's an extension of the same thing. Do you mention anything about this layer 1 of the extortion? Do you?
Yes, actually I did.
Okay.
If you pull up the video from Matsuri when I was sitting with my dad, and I said, and the funny thing is, that's what I whispered in his ear.
Right, but we can't hear that.
Right, because that's my point. I never wanted anybody to hear what had happened. I never wanted the police to come talk to me. But if you put up that video, you'll actually see me saying that it's my dad's ear, and that's why I went in and said it. And that's what we were talking about at the time. So
At Matsuri, the only time you mention the extortion, it's in a whisper that is not picked up by the microphones, right?
Intentionally, yes.
Yes. And that was intentional at the time, but it sucks for your defense, right? Because that would be a huge piece of evidence for you to show this jury, wouldn't it?
No, I think you'd come up with a reason why that I said it anyway.
And there's nobody to corroborate this testimony?
There is.
Okay. And the Matsuri, you talked about it again out in the parking lot, right? Wasn't that your testimony?
Yes, we spoke in the parking lot.
Okay, so you did talk about the extortion.
That's
You just didn't do it in a way that it was captured on any of the recordings in this case.
well, we spoke when we had privacy.
Well, you had privacy on the phone, right?
When?
At least you thought you had privacy on the phone. Every time when you were talking on the phone for
No.
hundreds of hours on this wire.
There's always a chance that I was being listened to.
Okay.
I mean,
well, there was a chance you were being listened to when you whispered in Dad's ear, right? But you said it. And you were talking about it.
I whispered real quietly into his ear, so I thought I had privacy. At that point, I thought I had privacy.
And Catherine McBanoa and you discussed this first layer of extortion in the car outside of Dolce Vita too, right?
That's when I found out everything that was going on, and she opened up
But
confronted
if
her.
this jury could hear that conversation recorded, we would all be hearing basically what you're telling us, that there was an extortion effort that predated the undercover operation. Wouldn't we?
Because I was trying to see if Sigfredo was behind the extortion of my mom, because I knew he was behind. Always had a feeling he was behind what happened to me, and she was having this explosive fight with him, and it was going on the same exact time that my mom started getting extorted. So I thought that he was going after my mom.
Don't you wish that that conversation in the car had been recorded?
I don't know.
Wouldn't it prove your theory?
Yeah.
That you're talking about the
If I
prior
think about it,
extortion.
then you'd know exactly what happened back then.
But unfortunately, it wasn't recorded, and then everything that was recorded inside the restaurant, you don't mention it, right?
I'm speaking very carefully. I mean, I was still, even when I was in the car with Katie, she was doing most of the talking. That was the first time she really opened up, and I think I caught her off guard. I was still, even when I spoke to her in the car, I was real careful. I said, was T behind what happened to me? Like, I wouldn't even say the words to her when I was in the car.
Okay, was T behind what happened to me? Do you say anything anywhere on the wire about referencing what happened to me? Meaning, what happened to me before?
No, because that was the only time I ever confronted her. But I did actually when I would be on the wire with my mom, and I would say, it's not the same person. Like, that was in reference to what happened to me, and she
What
knew
call
that.
do you say it's not the same person?
Okay, you want to know what call? It was
Yeah.
Tuesday, the 26th. And I said, it's at the end of the call. It was a 2-minute and something call.
April 26th?
April 26, 2016. It was a 2-minute and something call. It was towards the very end. And I go, I know it's not done like this. It's 48 hours, just enough time. It's not the same person. So you can look it up.
Okay, I'm with you. It's not the same person you were referencing as the person that blackmailed me years ago. And has been blackmailing me for years.
Yeah.
That's what you meant.
It's not the same person that's extorting me, correct?
All right. So I want to go back to Wendy. Wendy is in the process of relocating from Tallahassee to South Florida, basically the day that this is going on, day after the money drop, right?
They're packing up the car. They're coming back.
Right. So she's going to be moving significantly closer to the killers that had threatened her life.
This what I don't. She wasn't planning it wasn't a permanent move or anything that was planned. I think she took a suitcase with her.
But she's your family member, yes. She's much closer to the one they've already killed than you, right?
Say it again.
She's much closer. She's got much deeper connections to the person they've already killed. That's Dan Markel than you do.
Right.
I mean, there's a reason to fear for her safety because these killers have come, they've just killed Dan, and now they're saying they're going to kill another one. It could be Wendy, right?
She has no idea what's going on.
Exactly. But you let her move from Tallahassee to Miami where you knew the killers were located. That's my point. Do you agree with that?
The killers were able to find Dan Markel in Tallahassee. They have the car.
They were, but would you rather live in Tallahassee or in Miami if the killers are in Miami?
I think if these people want to find you, they'll find you. I mean, I don't think. I mean, looking at Luis Rivera, I don't think a distance would stop them.
Okay. Where did Wendy and the boys live when she first moved to South Florida?
When she first moved to South Florida, she moved in with my parents into a small apartment. They actually had to get another apartment because that one was too small.
With your parents?
She moved in with them, yeah.
And I want to talk about the cameras. You bought cameras for the Adelson Institute in your home at Whale Harbor, right?
Yes.
The camera system, yeah. All right. And what about Wendy's? I guess she didn't have a place. So, like, wherever she was staying with your parents, were cameras installed there as well at that same time frame that you installed these cameras?
No, I never told her what happened, but they lived in a very secure building.
Isn't it true, Doctor, that you'd been planning to install those cameras for some time before the murder?
I actually already had cameras at my house that that I had installed in 2008. The technology from 2008 to 2014 had changed a lot when it came to cameras.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think you mentioned all that on direct. I'm referring to this particular update that was done post homicide. You were in communication with this camera guy, and I think your lawyer mentioned this. You had 84 text messages with him dating back to January 20th of 2014 in regards to the update that occurred post-murder. Do you agree with that?
I know there was always talk that we were going to get cameras in the office, and we just never got around to it. When this happened, that week, within probably 3 days, I called the camera guy up and I said, I want to get cameras in my house and my new cameras for my house, and I want to get cameras in my office. How soon can you come out and do it? And then he came out, I'd say 4 or 5 days after that, bought the equipment and installed it that week.
Did you hire a private investigator to help you with this whole problem you were having?
With the extortion?
Yes.
No, I didn't tell anybody.
Did you get a bodyguard?
No, I carried a gun on me, and I always sleep with a gun next to me in bed, and I carried a gun on my person and had a gun in my car at all times.
Do you recall a statement you made on the Dolce Vita recording that said you were gonna start carrying a gun?
Yeah, because for a long time, after this happened, I was carrying a gun, and it's uncomfortable, and I don't always like carrying a gun. So I hadn't carried a gun in a while, and I was going to start carrying one again.
But you did say in 2016, I'm going to start carrying one.
Yeah, I carried probably for about 4 to 6 months after this happened, and I wear scrubs, so the gun that I had can kind of stick out, and it's uncomfortable. I prefer not to carry a gun.
So you quit carrying it, but during the time you were still paying the extortion money?
Yes.
All right, and the extortion money that you were paying, $3,000 a month, that wasn't going towards the principal of whatever was left on the $333,000, right? Didn't you testify to that?
Correct.
All right, so you never came up with the remaining bulk of the money that you owed?
Never.
And nobody ever came after you for that?
No, they said you could pay it all off and it'll be done, or just pay $3,000 a month. So I thought about paying the full amount.
All right, then a couple weeks later, after the initial extortion, you and Catherine Magbanua broke up, according to your direct. Do I have that right?
That's not correct.
When did you break up?
Within a week. I met her, we went out to dinner, we went out to eat, and I just said, this has got to end.
All right, so you broke up with her.
Yes.
Weren't you scared that if you broke up with her, that she would sick the Latin Kings on you?
No, because I had every intention of paying every month. When I broke up with her and I said, listen, I don't want to surround myself with this. I'm scared. She said that she was going to come every month and pick up the money and protect me. And she understood. I mean, our relationship was on the rocks.
But you've testified that all the gifts and stuff that you gave her were to keep her happy, right?
Yeah, when I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she wasn't a part of this extortion, I had no problem keeping her happy, and I looked for nice things to do for her because she was broke.
But not worried about pissing her off by breaking up with her.
Well, our relationship was definitely on the rocks. After July 1st, when Sigfredo cut me off and threatened me and called my dad, and then she knew I didn't even invite her to my dad's birthday party, which was a family gathering with family friends on July 5th. She knew we were going to be done.
After you broke up with Catherine Magbanua a week after the murder, did you continue to talk to her?
We still communicated, for sure.
Talk on the phone?
And texted, yeah.
And meet up?
No, the only time I would see her was I saw her again the end of August. She came and picked up the money, and that's when she asked me if I could put her on the books because none of this money was going to her, and she needed to get health insurance for her kids. So I said, yeah, I'll do it and help you out.
And did you continue to hook up with her after the breakup? And by that I mean have sex with her?
There was one occasion. There was one time that we hooked up.
Okay, when
And
was
that
that?
I want to say it was probably about 5 months after we broke it up.
Okay, well, there was one other occasion before that in October of 2014. Do you recall that? October 9th of 2014?
That's probably the occasion I'm talking about, because July, let me count the months, July, August, September, October, so okay, so 4 months. And it's
Okay,
been
and there's
10
another
years.
one on October 15th. You remember that one?
No, I think we did hook up about one time.
Okay, well, one time on October 9th and one time on October 15th.
I thought it was one time. If it was 2 times, it's been.
Could
10
it have
years.
been 2 times?
But no more.
Okay. And on August 25th, 14, that would have been after the breakup, right?
Yeah.
You text her, and then she replies, I don't need help, I'm good. Don't need favors, nor will I trust anyone again. Erase my number, please. Go on with your life like you did already and have been doing. Sorry we spoke today, I don't want to stress your life more. Don't do anything for me. Do you remember receiving that text from Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, sounds familiar.
And that's a pretty weird text to get from the extortionist. If you're meeting her to give her money, why is she saying erase my number?
She's not the extortionist.
On
In
9/11,
in 2014, I didn't think she was the extortionist.
right, but it's been revealed that she was.
In 2019, so you're taking what was known in 2019, and you're trying to say I knew what I knew in 19.
I'm not trying to say you knew. I'm trying to say she knew. She knew she was the extortionist. Why is she telling you to erase her number and leave her alone?
Because I broke up with her.
Exactly. On 9/11 of 14, she sends you hashtag bestie for life. Do you remember that?
It sounds familiar.
So did you all have some kind of reconciliation after the breakup?
No, I was probably doing a favor and making her happy with something.
On
Probably borrowed some
10/6
money.
of 2014, I love you. It makes me feel good that you care about me. I'm lucky to have you as part of my life. Do you remember sending that to her?
Yeah.
On 10/9 of 14, I mentioned the sex talk. I won't go into the details of it. Again, 10/15, more sex talk. 10/23 of 14, thank you again for everything you're doing for my mommy. She sends you that. What were you doing for her mother?
I don't know. I think I did a consult for her, but I didn't do anything for her mom.
2/24 of 15, you agree that she always knows how to make you smile, and you say I love you to her. Remember that?
Yeah, I cared a lot about Katie, and I didn't think that she was a part of this. So I was always trying to keep her happy and make her happy. And I felt like she got caught up, dragged into something that she shouldn't have been dragged into.
Okay, maybe, but she dragged you into it as well.
I didn't see it like that at all. And our relationship actually got stronger. You know, initially when I got extorted, I had limited contact with her and I was cold to her. And then over time, I realized that she's the one who's protecting me and she's not involved with these people because the extortion never went up and Katie was always broke.
She was involved with them because she had a child with the guy, right?
I didn't know for sure it was him,
But you suspected always that it was him.
I always suspected that Sigfredo was behind this.
So
yeah.
wouldn't you want to distance yourself from this woman who, I mean, were you ever really that serious about her to begin with?
I mean, we spent 7-8 months together.
But you were never considering marrying her.
No, I wasn't
I
considering
mean,
that.
you were a playboy, right? You had a zillion girlfriends.
That is actually not even true.
Okay, did you have a lot of girlfriends?
I had 2 girlfriends in the 2 or 3 years after her. I dated Whitney Kick for 9 months.
Okay, but how many women were you talking to and engaging with sexually? A lot more than Whitney Kick, right?
There could have been 1 or 2.
Or more?
No.
Okay. Point being, you were not going to marry Catherine Magbanua.
I wasn't having marriage plans, no.
Okay. And you have now broken up with her. after this incident?
Yes.
She's the person that's taking the money from you physically.
She's the one, I looked at it as she's the one who's protecting me. If she wasn't, I was going to get a visit from
Is she
somebody.
the one that was physically taking the money?
Yes.
Is she the one that was connected to the person you suspected to have killed your brother-in-law?
I thought she was tied to that person, yes.
And she's the one that got you into this, right? Because she ran her mouth,
And
right?
I looked at that I ran my mouth too. And if I never said anything to her, this would never have happened. So I felt responsible for saying something to her in the first place.
But you didn't feel responsible enough to try to do anything about her sitting in jail, an innocent woman, for 3 years. Did you?
She never contacted me.
You didn't offer to testify in her trial. You let her get convicted and get life in prison, didn't you?
I thought the truth was going to come out.
But not through you.
I was never contacted. I thought it was going to come out through her.
Was there any contact between your lawyers and her lawyers?
You'd have to ask them.
You said you didn't have any contact with her. Did you
I
have
had
any
zero contact with her.
So your lawyers didn't tell you anything on behalf of her lawyers?
Absolutely not.
And her lawyers didn't hear anything from your lawyers?
I don't know what lawyers talk about, but I can tell you that I never talked to Katie, and I never told my lawyers.
You never relayed a message through your lawyers that the Adelson family would not be talking in this case?
Absolutely not.
And she had nothing to worry about as far as that end was concerned?
That's not true at all.
Did you or your agent contact her brother to offer to assist with her attorney's fees in her case?
That's a complete lie.
On 10/27 of 15, you say you can't wait to get lunch with her. She's the best, and you're lucky to have her as a friend for life. Did you say that?
Yes.
10/27/15, you can't wait to get lunch with her. 10/30/15, you tell her you miss her. 12/9 of 15, again, you tell her she's the best.
Yeah, I said all those things.
Do you agree that this picture does not look like a relationship between an extortionist and her victim?
I agree, because Katie wasn't the extortionist.
She was the extortionist.
In 2014 and
No.
2015, I didn't believe that.
I know you didn't believe it, but we're looking back now, okay?
You know, it's like if you're going to quote me, date me. Like what I knew in 2014 and what I knew in 2015 is not what I know now in 2023.
Okay, yes, I hear you. You didn't know then, and that's why you were nice to her.
Yeah, I thought she was protecting me.
Got it. And none of those factors that I pointed out weighed into that consideration. That she ran her mouth, that she brought the Latin Kings on you, she was taking the money from you. None of that counterbalanced it. You were still gonna be friends with her and keep her happy.
You're wrong. I didn't know about the Latin Kings in 2014 or 2015.
Right. The love text, which is what I'm referring to all these texts, where you're still nice to this person after you break up with her, you're still doing favors for this person after you break up with her. I mean, that's like a major problem for your defense, isn't it?
No, our relationship got stronger. I agree. Our relationship got stronger, but it was much different.
Isn't that why she has to be an innocent conduit between you and the bad guys? Because if those texts didn't exist, she would be the extortionist and the bad actor in this whole thing, right?
I'm not following your theory.
You have to explain away those texts, don't you, Doctor?
No, I have to sit here and tell you the truth. And now you're finding it out.
Most people don't send kissy faces to people that are extorting money out of them. I mean, she was taking your money.
Again, Ms. Kappelman, she was not extorting me at the time.
That's not how it's done, is it?
I'm telling you how it was done.
So then over these next 2 years, you would meet her monthly and hand over a bundle of checks and $3,000 in cash, right?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, tell me.
I would hand over
wrong.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks.
$2,000 in cash and a bundle of checks. And so over the course of 2 years, I'm terrible at math, but that's roughly how much money? Because I think I did $3,000. That's $48,000 in cash, in addition to the $138 you provided the night of. Do you agree with that?
If your math is correct, I'm just telling you what I paid her each month.
And and the checks, which is another $17,000, right?
You're doing the math.
Okay. It was a lot of money. Was it a lot of money to you?
It was a lot of money to me, yeah. I work hard.
Did the extortionists, whoever they were, ever try to increase the payments or come for more money?
The extortion never went up, and Katie was always broke. And that's what led me to think that she was not a part of this, because she could have easily jacked up the payments.
Well, she's sharing $3,000 a month with a bunch of other people, right? At least one other person.
I didn't think she was sharing it. Why is she coming to me for $300 for her kid's birthday?
Because she's broke.
Because she wasn't getting any of the
Because
money.
half of $3,000 doesn't do much when you're living in Miami with 2 kids to feed, right?
I didn't think
And
she
not
was
working.
sharing anything.
Well, even if she was sharing it, if that's your point, she must not have been taking the money because she was broke. And my point is, she could have been taking half the money and been broke.
That's not how
It's
I
not a
saw
lot
it.
of money.
That's not how I saw it.
Tell me about Dan Markel a little bit. What you sort of said, what I heard, correct me if I'm wrong, was he was, you know, a nice enough guy, typical Wendy boyfriend, but not really your kind of guy.
Yeah, I think it's an accurate description.
Right. Do you agree that he was this brilliant legal mind?
I think he was a little on the nerdy, nice guy. Just kind of like the average guy that my sister dated.
Not the kind of guy you want to have a beer with, though.
We never had a beer together. I mean, not that I wouldn't have had a beer if he wanted to have one. We just didn't have that much in common, but he was always nice to me.
Do you appreciate the fact that his death was a terrible loss to his sons?
It was horrible.
Do you think they were better off without him?
Absolutely not.
Did you host a celebration dinner after his murder?
That's a complete lie.
On The Wire, would you agree that the Markel boys were in the background pretty much of every call you had with your mom? I mean, we hear them a lot, right?
My sister was working, so my parents would help my sister out, yeah.
Yeah, and it was summertime, so they were out of school, I would assume.
I don't know if it was every call, but they definitely helped my sister out for sure.
All right, and those calls captured Donna pushing them on the swings, that call that tortured all of us a couple times. Remember that one?
Yeah, there was a call where she was pushing them on the swing.
Taking them to tennis lessons.
That
Yes.
was the same day. I mean, that was the same call that got broken up, and she called me back. But yes,
Doing their bedtime routine,
helping my sister out for sure.
reading stories, brushing teeth, getting haircuts, going to piano, story time and bedtime, all of that kind of stuff.
All stuff that parents and grandparents do. You're right.
All right. She even said to you on one of the calls regarding the bedtime routine that, quote, we have a whole routine going. Do you remember that?
I have a whole routine with my son. I mean, I think it's normal with kids. You have a routine to put them to bed.
Right.
You
All
gotta
the
brush
kind
your
of
teeth.
things.
Can't forget to brush your teeth.
Yeah. Well, dental humor couldn't hurt, right?
What's that?
All the things that you know your mom wouldn't have been able to do as readily if the kids were living in Tallahassee. Agree with that?
I mean, when they come up to visit them, they'd be doing the same thing.
Sure, when they came up to visit, but now they're doing it every day, right? Almost every day.
Not every day, but when my sister needed them, she helped them out.
And these are all things, these little routine things that Dan Markel will never be able to do with his sons. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely.
Does your mom have a favorite child?
She says she doesn't have favorites, but I don't think she likes my older brother.
Okay. But is Wendy the favorite?
I'd like to think it's a tie between me and her.
Does your mom worry more about Wendy than you? Let's
I don't
do
know. You get,
before this case.
no, I don't. I mean, I don't. I think maybe in different parts of my life, she's probably more concerned about me. Different parts of my sister's life, she may be more concerned about her.
Is it true that your mom has a tendency to worry herself sick if there's something going on with one of you kids?
No, I mean, she's a concerned mom, but I think she's a normal mom.
Was she pretty worried about Wendy's marital problems?
No,
She wasn't.
I think she'd get upset when my sister would tell her things that Danny was doing and going to work, bad mouthing her. But I think any parent would get upset.
But also she would meticulously go through all the filings and send long emails detailing her thoughts about every filing in this divorce.
No, I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay. Did she hate Dan Markel?
I think she liked him in the beginning, for sure. And I think when he was being a jerk to my sister, I don't think anyone particularly liked him when he was being a jerk.
What about around the time that he was killed? Did your mother hate Dan Markel?
No, I think it kind of like tapered off. I think she only disliked him when he was being mean to my sister. Other than that, nobody had a problem
He
with
was
him.
being mean to your sister during these divorce proceedings and subsequent litigation, right?
I think it was on and off. I think it was sporadic.
And when your mom's worried about Wendy, does she come to you for solutions or to talk things out?
No, I don't think worried is the right word to describe it.
Does she ever make Wendy's problems your problems?
No.
Like convincing you to get Wendy to pull the plug on the house on Halloween 2013? Didn't she convince you to sort of take up that cause?
No, that was actually me. I thought I shared my thoughts on home ownership for my sister. That was all me.
Didn't you say that if she had bought that house, that would have been the second worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought it was going to be a stupid decision to buy that house.
And what was the first worst decision of Wendy's life?
I thought looking at hindsight 2020, I think when she'd agreed when she married Dan.
And did you convince her to take a particular job as well? Remember that call?
Yeah, she got an offer from a law firm, and she was debating whether or not she should take it. She didn't know if it was exactly what she wanted to do, and I was like, "Hey, you don't know what you don't like doing until you've done it. Seems like a great opportunity. Like, why not do it? Learn the job skill. It's a skill you don't." And she's like, "Well, I don't have that skill." And I'm like, "Well, it's a good opportunity to learn it, and you may like it. And if you don't like it, then try something else." But I was trying to encourage her to take what sounded like a great opportunity.
And Mom shared your thoughts, and I'm referring to Donna Adelson, shared your thoughts about this opportunity being a good one for Wendy, right?
I probably heard about the job from my mom, but I definitely heard about it from my sister because I'm talking to my sister about it.
Yeah, I mean, the job was not what she had any experience in, right? It was a whole nother field of law.
Then that was my point. It was like, well, why not take it if they're offering it to you and you can learn something new? It sounds like a great opportunity.
Do you and Donna know what's best for Wendy better than she knows herself?
No, but not at all.
Were you a spy when it came to Wendy? Did you get information from Wendy and relay it to Donna?
At times, because I was dating Bree, and Bree worked for Dave, so I would hear stuff about Dave from Bree, so I kind of had an inside. I got inside information.
In what capacity did Bree work for Dave?
Dave was his. After she graduated from college, she was working as a nanny for Dave.
All right. And how old was Bree during the time you were dating her? Was she significantly younger than you?
She was 24, and I was 39.
Is Bree the mother of your child?
She is the mother of my child, yeah.
All right, so back to Wendy and Donna. So Wendy, was she tight-lipped with Donna about her private life?
I don't think she shared everything.
But she would tell things to you that she wouldn't tell to Donna.
I can't say that for sure.
Can you play clip 1, please? Publishing call EEE.
I'm sorry, what number?
EEE. 3 E's. Would you?
Where are you going?
I'm just waiting to just hop off at there and fast. Anyway, so I just spoke to David. No.
Oh, did you?
But, so I actually went to her birthday. It turns out Wendy's making him a little party in Woodwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Wendy goes like very tight-lipped.
You're not kidding.
So what she do is, you know, she's obviously tight-lipped for a reason, because she doesn't want you to know anything.
Anything.
So my point is, if she doesn't want you to know anything, then don't ask anything.
I don't
You'll be
know.
happy.
Yeah.
And then I can find everything out and just tell you.
I know. It's great.
So I was like, so what are you doing for your birthday? He's like, well, Wendy's making me like a little birthday dinner, a little get-together party. I'm like, that's awesome. He's like, yeah, she's doing it. He's like, I don't know anything. All I know is Wendy's putting it together for me, and she's doing it in Woodwood.
Aw.
So I'm like, oh, that sounds awesome.
All I knew is that she was going straight from work to the hotel where everybody was meeting for this Miami fellows thing that she got. And that she was here tonight because it starts early, first thing tomorrow morning.
Right.
I guess in between, she managed to do something else. Which makes me happy. I'm really glad.
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't imagine. Oh, yeah, you sounded good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember yesterday saying you were telling a story about Katie coming in from having had some kind of altercation with Garcia, and she had reported that the necklace had been pulled off her neck. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when you were relaying that story to the jury, you used a specific term describing what Garcia had done to her. Do you remember what that term was?
It was only yesterday, but you'll have to refresh my memory how I described it.
You said he roughed her up.
That's accurate.
And that put my antenna up, because that roughed them up is the exact same phrase that Catherine Magbanua said in her proffer that you used on Halloween 2013 when you first approached her about, does she know anyone who can rough someone up?
No, I think getting roughed up is an adjective, but what you're doing is the same thing you did with your TV theory. Is like you heard TV mentioned multiple times, so you put the whole case together with the TV.
Okay,
And
we'll
you're
get
putting
to
the whole
TV.
case together with the word roughed up. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I'm
think
not
if
putting the whole case together,
One moment. Don't speak over each other.
but that's
Please wait for him to answer, then you can ask your next question. Go ahead.
But that's an unusual, I mean, you know, it's a specific term. I'm not making a whole case out of it, but did you say roughed up in both places?
Katie was roughed up by Sigfredo when he tore the necklace off of her neck, yes.
And isn't that the same term you used when you first broached Catherine Magbanua about did she know someone who could rough up someone else?
Never in my life have I ever asked her that question. Ever in my life. That conversation never took place.
Did you ever hear Donna Adelson refer to Dan Markel as stupid?
No.
Were you laughing when Wendy was on the stand and I read all the names that Donna referred to Dan Markel as?
No, I laughed when you said the word fucker in court.
Okay. What did she mean when she said Dan Markel was trying to take her sunshines away? Do you know?
My mom never said that.
Oh, so you never heard her say
that was made up, and he put it in a court filing, and then now it becomes something that my mom said because someone made it up and put it in a court filing. My mom never said that.
Did your mom refer to the children as her sunshines?
No, the kids were 3 and 4. A 3 and 4-year-old can't repeat a conversation and remember words 6 hours later and repeat it accurately. I have a 5-year-old son. Never seen a 3 and 4-year-old do that. So it was made up, and now you're repeating it.
Okay. Have you been a good brother to Wendy?
I always try to be a good brother.
It sounds like maybe you're not agreeing that this was a really nasty divorce, or are you agreeing it was a nasty divorce?
I mean, I don't think any divorces can be pleasant, but I think they definitely had their fights. I mean, they were fighting over bicycles and all kinds of crap.
But in addition to that, Dan Markel accused your sister of fraud, right?
he made an accusation, yeah.
Threatened her with federal kidnapping charges.
Oh, that's a new one. You just told me.
That one's in the emails that are in evidence. Did you review those?
I didn't review the federal kidnapping charges in this case.
Was seeking contempt proceedings. You heard about that here in court, yes?
I heard about that, yeah.
Even went after her lawyer personally, right?
He made serious threats against her lawyer.
And her bar card could have been in jeopardy if any of those, or some of them.
I heard the other day she was saying that, I guess her lawyer, he was threatening her lawyer's bar card.
Her lawyer's bar card as well as Wendy's.
He was making lots of threats and writing lots of stuff, I guess.
And he messed with your mom too, didn't he, in that grandma motion? You know which one I'm talking about?
I don't think he was messing with my mom. I mean, nobody took that seriously, and I don't think anyone even knew about it.
Isn't your mom, I'm sorry, finish.
I said I don't think anyone even knew about it till years later.
Isn't your mom notorious for always getting worked up about everything?
She gets upset. I mean, she's a concerned mom. I mean,
but is she notorious for getting really worked up about everything?
To a certain extent. I mean,
aren't those your own words from Call S that's in evidence in this case?
Yeah, those aren't my words, but you can't, not to an extreme, but she does worry, especially when like Latin King gang members are extorting her for money.
Did your mom take the grandma motion seriously?
I don't think she even knew about it.
She didn't talk to you about it?
No, I didn't find out about it until years later.
Wasn't this divorce a big deal in your family?
It didn't affect my life, I can tell you that. So I don't think that's true. I think it was a big deal in my sister's life.
Why did Wendy testify that she was getting along well with Dan Markel just prior to his death? Can we agree that's not true?
I think there were ups and downs in how they got along. I mean, you got to ask her. She was on the stand. I mean, I wasn't living her life.
Is it part of your defense to minimize how nasty and contentious this divorce was?
My defense is to tell the truth.
Did you have any input on the decision to change the boys' names from Markel to Adelson?
Absolutely not.
Do you and Donna have to protect Wendy?
No.
Does Wendy appreciate everything you and Donna do for her?
You got to ask her. I mean, she's my sister. I love her. I try to give her my best advice I can. And if I care about her, and I give her my advice, whether she takes it or not, is up to her. She's a grown woman.
Let me ask it another way. Do you feel, or isn't it true that you don't feel that Wendy appreciates everything you and Donna do for her?
My sister had no idea what I've been through in the last, God knows how many years, and what I wake up worrying, am I going to get killed? Am I going to get arrested? And she knows none of it. She's just going around her life, and I had somewhat of an innate anger towards her. Mm-hmm. You know, probably unjust because she didn't know what happened. But yeah, I was upset.
And weren't you saying on the wire that she doesn't appreciate what you and Donna have done for her?
I don't know if I said that she doesn't appreciate what I've done for her, because I never did anything for her.
Okay, so that was my next question. What have you done for her? Nothing?
Other than give her advice and care about her, be a big brother that loves her.
Would you say Wendy's a little bit spoiled?
In some regards, I mean, she gets a lot of help, for sure.
Is she a little less savvy about how the world works than you are?
I don't know. I mean, you gotta ask her.
Could you trust Wendy with a secret that could ruin your life?
It's not a secret. It's something that would get me killed, so I didn't want to tell her.
Can we agree that she obviously knew something about this crime?
She found out when she came to court. I never told her anything.
I'm talking about the murder of Dan Markel. She knew something, right? I mean, it's not a coincidence she went to the crime scene, is it?
You're talking about the route that she took that day?
I'm talking about her pulling up to the crime scene tape.
She never went to the crime scene. She was going to buy a bottle of liquor that coincidentally the person sent her a stock the bar party buy a bottle of bullet bourbon that she was going to pick up. She wasn't driving to a crime scene. And I think she made that clear too. Nobody knew a murder was taking place.
She pulled up to the crime scene tape, Dr. Adelson.
She didn't pull up to the crime scene tape. She was driving down the street and then had to make a U-turn. It was blocked off. But she wasn't going to.
She couldn't help herself.
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She exposed you all to some degree by those actions, didn't she?
No, not at all.
And then she threw you under the bus in her interview, didn't she?
Nobody knew a murder was going to take place.
She knew her husband had just been shot, and they were asking her who would want him dead, and she said your name. Are you mad about that?
No, she said a lot of people's names.
Well, she said yours in the first 25 pages of a 5-hour interview. Isn't that true?
I wasn't there for the interview.
But you've reviewed it in preparation for your trial, haven't you?
I actually don't know if I've seen her interview.
There was a lot of questions of you about, didn't you do this murder with Wendy? Doesn't the state think you did this murder with Wendy? Are you familiar with your charges in this case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with my charges.
All right. And who are you alleged to have done this murder with?
I'm alleged to have done this murder with my sister, my mom, and my dad.
Would it refresh your recollection to review a copy of the indictment in this case?
I'm a slow reader, but I could read it if you want.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Right?
This is the official charging document in your case, Dr. Adelson. What does it say in reference to who you are alleged to have committed the murder with?
This is, what day is this? 2022. Oh, they think I did a murder with Katie.
Catherine Magbanua.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Give me a minute, I'll read. They got Luis Rivera in here. They got Sigfredo Garcia.
As being alleged to have committed the murder with you?
Did I read it too quick?
Take your time. Should just be at the very top of each charge. On or about July 18th, 2014, did unlawfully.
Okay. Yeah, Katie. Catherine.
Okay. Are you mad that Wendy hasn't been charged and you have?
No, I'm mad that I got charged for a crime that I didn't commit.
Do you have any innate anger with Wendy over that fact?
No, not at all.
Are you pissed that she told all that stuff to Jeff Lacoste?
I don't think she said that to Jeff, but I wasn't there.
How did Lacoste know about the celebration dinner?
That we went out to dinner. She got sick, so she may have told someone that she threw up.
And then what, he just added the part about you referring to it as a celebration?
I never referred to it as a celebration dinner. I picked my sister up. I said, where do you want to go to eat? She said she wanted pizza or sushi. I said, I know a great sushi place. We went there. We didn't have reservations. We ended up sitting at the bar for an hour waiting for our table. She had 2 drinks and got sick.
She vomited on the dinner table. Or at the dinner table.
Yeah, she got her to the bathroom. But yeah, she doesn't drink alcohol. So those 2 drinks, and I think on an empty stomach, I think she got really sick. But there was no celebration dinner. It was the first time that she actually really left the house since she got back from Tallahassee. She was devastated.
Did you say something to her about the murder of Dan Markel right before she vomited?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember what you said right before she vomited?
She was probably, I think she said, I don't feel well. And I say, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before that?
No, I think I said, oh no. And then she threw up.
Before she announced that she was going to be ill.
Right.
Do you remember what the conversation was?
Just how's the food? How's your dinner? I mean, we were probably about halfway through dinner. If you look at the timetable, we weren't there long.
Why did you brag to Jeffrey Lacoste about your connection to the Cuban criminal element?
Never said that to Jeff Lacoste.
So he's making that up?
If he said it, I never said it.
Well, you were in here when he said it, weren't you?
I heard him say it, yeah. But I never said that to him.
On one of these calls, and it's in the context of talking about Dave and Wendy's relationship with Dave, you tell your mom that you've already gone above and beyond for Wendy. Was that a reference to having her ex murdered?
No, that's me getting tired of this Dave stuff. I mean, Dave's a great guy. I mean, everyone who meets him likes him. He's not only super successful, but he's very low-key, like t-shirts and jeans kind of guy. And he loved my sister's kids. I mean, if you listen to The Wire, the point I was making is not how successful it is. The point I was making is that my nephews farted on him, and he thought it was funny and didn't bother him. And he also has 3 young kids, the same ages as my sister's 2 young kids. They actually met in line when my sister was registering the kids for school, and it was they've been friends for years. So I thought it was a great opportunity for my sister to have a great guy in her life. And I was getting sick and tired of Dave calls, and The Wire started in April. My sister's birthday's in April, Dave's birthday's in April, so you got a ton of Dave chatter on this case. But believe me, I'd go crazy if I was talking about Dave like this all year long.
So that's a no, you did not reference having her ex murdered?
Absolutely not.
When you said
No.
you've already gone above and beyond?
No,
for
that was
Wendy?
me getting sick of dealing with the Dave stuff. As great as a guy as he is, I was still getting sick of it.
When the $1 million offer was conceived, do you recall whose idea that was?
My parents.
Why was the relocation worth $1 million?
Well, it was actually I was gonna pay a third, so I only looked at it as that way. Why was it worth it?
Mm-hmm. That's the question.
Because it was gonna help my sister out, and it was gonna give her a good opportunity for a good job down here, and she was gonna be around family, and family's important, so that's why.
Isn't it true that financially you came out ahead on this deal as opposed to if you had coughed up the third of the $1 million offer?
How in the world did I come up ahead? This is the craziest
Financially, you paid $138,000, and you paid $2,000 a month plus the $1,000 payroll amount. You're still about over $100,000 ahead financially than if you had coughed up the $333K.
No, I would have been better off paying. And first of all, I never paid for murders. This is a crazy question, but paying $3,000 a month for life is not anything anybody wants to do.
I didn't say anything about paying for a murder. I said you paid $138,000, which you did.
I got extorted for $330,000.
And then you paid, but you didn't pay the $330,000.
Right, because I didn't have it. I had to clean it out of my safe, and that was what was in my safe that night.
All right. Can we agree that Wendy was stressed out about the issues surrounding her divorce?
I think the divorce caused stress in her life, yes.
And you were hearing about it from your mother, weren't you?
Yeah, I would hear.
Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one, that sort of thing.
Yes, like I said it before, is that my sister would tell my mom a story. I'd be sitting in the car driving. My mom would be talking to me and telling me the latest story of the day. And that's how I found out a lot.
And then on 2/19/14, Donna texts you again to tread lightly with Wendy and refers to Dan Markel as an asshole and a fucker, right?
Sorry. You made me laugh. Sorry.
That's what I'm here for. Is that what happened? That text?
Did my mom use a foul word to describe him?
Yes, sir. Asshole and fucker, to be specific.
Sorry. She used a curse word, correct.
Is that pretty strong language for your mom, or is that how she speaks?
I mean, it is pretty strong language, but I think I've been called a lot worse, but if my mom used the curse word, she used the curse word. You just use curse words too, so.
Was Wendy less stressed? Yeah. Was Wendy less stressed out once all this litigation was over?
No, she was a million times more stressed out.
Was she better off financially?
There may have been some, but not much. I don't think so.
Was she able to stop paying her $800 an hour divorce lawyers?
Yes.
Did she get $2.7 million in benefits for her children plus $4,800 a month for the boys' benefit?
No, as far as I know, that money was in trust and it's controlled by Dan Markel's sister. So none of that money, you keep saying it like the money went to her. The money's in trust for the kids, and that money never went to her.
Some of it went to her and some of it was in trust for the kids, right?
I don't know the breakdown, but I know the 90-something% of what you're talking about is in trust, and it's in trust for the children. It's not for her benefit.
Right, it's for the benefit of the boys, but it has to come through her because they're children, right?
Well,
when she gets disbursements, right?
It has to go through the executor of the trust. And my sister's not the executor of the trust.
No, sir. I'm not saying she is. When the executor of the trust disperses money for the benefit of the boys, it gets dispersed to Wendy, right?
See, you know more than I know.
Did you have trouble sleeping after the murder?
After I was extorted, for sure.
Did Katie text you on 12/19/15? Sorry, we have problems sleeping and shit. We do have a lot of weight on our shoulders.
Did she text me that?
Did she text you that?
I mean, she may have, but it sounds about right.
Do you want to look at the text?
I can look at it, sure. Which one?
Glasses. You can look around for context if you want, but I'm looking at page 2 of this exhibit, and it's got a little box around it.
Thanks.
If that refreshes your recollection, the question is, did she send it?
Yeah.
I want to go over a little bit some of the payments or gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua. We've heard a lot about her being put on the payroll at the Adelson Institute, and she made this demand to you when you met her to give her the first extortion payment on the payment plan. Is that correct?
She didn't make a demand. When I gave her the $3,000 for her friend, she asked me if I could do her a favor and put her on payroll for $1,000 a month so that she could get insurance for her kids. She was going to cash the check, and the money was still going to her friend, so that money wasn't going to her. She was getting insurance for her
And
kids.
did you believe her that she would give the money from the paychecks to the friend?
I believe what she was saying to me, yeah.
Isn't it true that Catherine Magbanua actually asked you to place her on the payroll back in June, prior to this extortion effort?
I don't know if I could put her on payroll. She asked me if I could put her as something, when I was dating her, put her as something on the office so she could get insurance. But I never did.
And that was in June.
Yeah, I remember she'd asked me about it before, but I never did anything.
In June 24th of 2014, she says, "Baby, I'm going to need help on the employment. info I have to send to DCF for my kids' insurance. Also, if I have to end up moving later on, I need to show I'm working for you, or else I won't be able to get an apartment. To which you respond, no problem. Remember that?
Yeah, but I wasn't thinking she was asking about payroll. I think she was asking just to say that she worked there, so we'd sign a letter saying that she was employed. But that doesn't say anything about writing checks to her.
And that request was made in between the 2 trips that the killers made.
That request, well, she asked me if I could do that for her while I was dating her, and I never even did it.
And did she ask if you could do that in between the 2 trips that the killers made?
I didn't know when they went up, but I found out later that they went up in June.
All right, so that email would have been sent, or I'm sorry, it's a text. That text would have been sent prior to what you're calling is the first layer of the extortion.
That text was sent to me while I was dating her, but I never.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
The text was sent in June.
Prior to the first layer of extortion?
Before I was extorted, yeah. Before I broke up with her.
And you say several times on the wire that she was cleaning at the office. Was she really cleaning?
No, she never worked for us.
She was doing some type of cleanup for you, wasn't she?
No.
What's the purpose of keeping Katie happy? Was she gonna sick the Latin Kings on you if you made her unhappy?
She was protecting me. I didn't know what would happen, and she was keeping my mind, like when the extortion never went up, and I just assumed, I thought that she wasn't part of it and she was protecting me. Usually extortion goes up. It always gets ratcheted up from what I've heard.
What's the fear of not keeping her happy is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, I could get killed, or the people who were extorting me could come rob me. And I didn't get killed. I didn't get robbed. The extortion never went up. I thought she was really protecting me.
If that's the case, why not just, I mean, you're complying with everything they've asked you to do, right?
I'm doing everything that was asked to do, and yeah.
So why reach out and say, hey, can I get you a trip to Key West to go with that extortion money?
I never said, can I get you a trip to Key West?
You didn't say you were trying to get them the owner's cottage. Maybe it's not in Key West. Trying to get them the owner's cottage because it's the nicest, $380 a night. The postcard inn, do you recall all those conversations?
Oh yeah, for sure. And she'd actually asked me weeks before the bump, because I had this connection at a place called the Moorings that I could get like a really great price at a really affordable price for how nice the place is. And I said I was going to make some calls and help her out and get it. And then I ended up giving her $300 for when she picked up that bag at my house. I put $300 in it and I got her a hotel room.
Is that a yes? You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do.
And she didn't want the trip. In the text messages, she's saying, like, no thanks. And you're kind of forcing it down her throat. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because actually, it's funny. At that time, in the wire, I was trying to see if Katie and him were together or they weren't together. So that's why I kept asking, how are things? Are you guys okay? Because if they were fighting, it was making me think more and more that the reason she was avoiding me was because she found out that he was the one who was doing the second extortion again. So I was trying to figure out if it was him and if she was lying to me.
And in this case, she says, I don't want to do anything. And you say, you know what, F that, you're going there. You're going to have a good time.
For sure. I was trying to do nice things for her.
And then did you pay for a trip or offer to pay for a trip to Santo Domingo for Catherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia to visit his parents?
I didn't know who she was going with, but I paid for, you're talking about airline tickets?
Yes.
She called me up. She had an emergency. Something happened. She booked tickets for the wrong date. I had no idea who in the family she was going with. And she had no money. And I remember I was in Chicago. I was at a friend's wedding, and I took out my credit card, and I gave her the credit card number and let her book tickets. I thought she was going with her kids.
So is that a yes? You paid for
Oh, yeah,
the
no,
trip to
I remember
Santo
that well.
Domingo? So
For
go
sure.
quicker if we could just
I'm sorry.
answer the question.
What's the objection?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
Did you offer to buy Catherine Magbanua and her mom a cruise?
Yes, Katie had mentioned to me that she always wanted to be able to take her mom on a cruise. So I offered, but she never took me up on it.
Did you call in prescriptions for Catherine Magbanua?
She was a patient of record of my office.
Did you pay for a meal service for Catherine Magbanua?
Yeah, I did.
Did you pay for car repairs for her?
Yeah, all this stuff was making me think she was broke. So yes, you're right.
Did you offer that she could use your Range Rover anytime?
I said she could borrow the car, sure.
Did she talk about getting a boat and you offered to help her get a boat?
I never offered to help her get a boat. I offered to help her look for a boat.
Did you pay for the breast augmentation?
No,
No part of the breast augmentation.
not at all.
So when she's saying at the same time she's the day of the breast augmentation, can I just put it on the credit card? Is she referring, can I just put it on your credit card? Is she referring to something else, some other expense?
I have no idea what she's referring to, but I did not pay for her boo job.
What about this birthday gift for Sigfredo Garcia? What was the bonsai tree and the bag? What was that all about?
Oh, she had asked me, and it's on a wire. It's on 420, where she says, "Can you get me some bud from Bud?" My next door neighbor's Bud, and she asked me if I could get some marijuana from my next door neighbor for her. So that's what, when I said I have a bonsai tree for you, she asked me, and I got her a little bit of marijuana from my next door neighbor for her.
And you said, I don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best. I did my best.
I was being completely, by the way, I was being completely sarcastic. I never would get Sigfredo Garcia a present in my life.
And you thought you hit it out of the park with the weed and the gift card. Did you say that?
Well, give me a little more context.
The context is you don't know what a married man with kids would want for his birthday, but you did your best and you think you hit it out of the park.
No, I was being completely sarcastic because she had asked me for that marijuana 2 weeks earlier, and I gave it to her, and then I was joking around when I gave it to her. I didn't want him to think that I was hooking up with her. So I started to joke around about it, and then I was like, maybe you can just tell him it was for me, because I didn't want him to think that I'm hooking up with Katie, and that's why I gave it to her.
Can we agree in general that it's important to maintain positive feelings between co-conspirators? If you're a co-conspirator with someone in a crime, you want to keep positive relationship with that person. Will you agree with that?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
Okay, I'm saying in general. Can you agree in general that co-conspirators in a crime want to stay friendly with each other?
I'm not a co-conspirator with her.
All right, can't agree to that. If a co-conspirator develops a motive to harm another one, that could be bad, right?
A co-conspirator. Say it again.
Say, a husband and wife do a murder together. And then 10 years later, they've gotten away with it, but 10 years later, they fall out. That could be a problem. Somebody might start talking, right?
I was never part of a murder.
Were these gifts, these things that you provided to Catherine Magbanua and her mother and Sigfredo Garcia payment for the murder?
Okay, I never got Sigfredo a gift in my life. The guy absolutely hates me. He wants to kill me. He stalked me. He extorted me. That was being completely sarcastic, and sometimes I make some bad jokes, but that's, even when I wrote he wanted to take me deep sea fishing, I knew he wanted to kill me. You have that text too. I didn't think we were going deep sea fishing.
On April 6th of 2015, did you receive a text from Catherine Magbanua that reads, "Next time, don't be such a dick to someone who has done something for you"?
Yeah, she's protecting me, and she's mad at me over something.
Are these gifts what it took to secure her silence for so long?
No, absolutely not. I was never trying to get her silence. I was hoping she'd tell the truth.
Was your dad's birthday in between the two trips that the killers took?
Yeah, my dad's birthday is July 5th.
And what birthday was that for him?
It was his 70th birthday party.
All right, so there's been a lot of talk about the texting between you and your mom about the birthday, and she texts you on March 4th of 2014 and says she can't talk now, but she'll call when she goes to the bathroom in Gainesville and has privacy. She tells you to erase that text after you read it. Why did she have you erase that text?
Okay, if you look at the records, I never erased the text.
Well, why did she ask you? If you know, you may not know.
Maybe she's afraid my dad's looking at her phone and would find out about the present. It made no sense to me. That's why I was like, I didn't erase anything.
How is you erasing the text going to prevent your dad from seeing it on your mom's phone?
Well, if my dad looked at my mom's phone, then he'd see the text and maybe know what she's planning for his birthday.
You weren't with dad, she was with dad, just to clarify.
Yeah, she was with my dad.
And the text that she asked you to erase, that particular text didn't say anything about a birthday or paella. Can we agree on that?
No, not, but I knew what it was about.
20 minutes later, she texts again and asks something about dad's birthday. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I know we were trying to plan a surprise cruise. That was the original idea.
Okay, and the paella is mentioned elsewhere, not in this particular thread that we're talking about now.
Yeah,
Was paella the big birthday gift?
Yeah, I paid for the catering for the whole party.
Okay. Then 3 months later, on June 8th, just after midnight, you text her, quote, still working on dad's birthday present. Was that in reference to the paella guy?
Possibly what I was also getting was a present. I mean, it's been 10 years, so I don't know exactly what I got him 10 years ago on his birthday.
And then at
what
1 a.m., I'm sorry, you weren't done?
No, or what I was thinking about getting him.
And then at 1 a.m., mom texts you back, I know you'll, and I think she was in Israel, so that may account for the time, but she texts you, quote, I know you'll come through for me. Is that what she said?
That's what the text said, yeah.
Can we agree the timing of these texts is consistent with being sent the day after the killers got home from their failed June murder trip?
No, it's consistent with the few weeks before my dad's birthday and trying to figure out what we're going to get him.
Why didn't you go to Dan's funeral?
In Canada?
I think there were some in Tallahassee and Canada as well.
I know there was
but did you go to either?
There was a memorial service here.
Did you go to that?
No, I didn't attend. I knew what had happened to him, and there's no way I could have shown up. I would have been too upset.
Mr. Dubin, your lawyer that was here, seems like a long time ago at jury selection, said, you know, people have different ways of grieving and that sort of thing. Were you grieving for the death of Dan Markel?
I felt horrible about what happened, and I knew what happened.
When did you?
I wasn't close to him, but either way, I mean, I felt horrible about what happened.
When did you find out exactly how he was killed? Meaning, like, shot twice in the head.
I found out. It would have been the next morning is how I found out he got shot in the head.
Do you agree that this was a first-degree murder?
Do I agree?
Planned, premeditated?
The people who killed him planned on killing him. Yeah.
Do you think everyone involved should be convicted?
I think everyone involved should be convicted.
Even the person that hired the hit?
I think anybody who played a role in it, but I wasn't a part of it.
Do you regret that Dan Markel suffered for 14 hours before he died?
I feel horrible.
He was supposed to die quickly, instantly, right?
Are you asking me?
I am.
No, he wasn't supposed to die at all. This was horrible what happened.
Did it surprise you that the cops were able to identify the Prius?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
I'm not a cop. I don't know how cops investigate.
Did it surprise you to learn that it's not a requirement of law to put the person at the scene of the crime to be guilty of a crime?
Listen, I'm not a police detective.
Was the police work in this case thorough?
I'm sure the police did the best they could.
Did you think that you had done everything properly such that you could never be detected or caught for this?
I wasn't part of this murder at all. You have it wrong.
Catherine Magbano has said that you think you're untouchable. Is that true, Doctor?
That's not true at all.
Did your parents drop off money to you on the night of the murder?
I never saw my parents there. You could look at our cell phones and you'll find that out, that we never saw each other.
I did look at the cell phones, and what is on there is your mom texts you, quote, outside your house. And
no, I mean, look at the tower information.
I think you testified that meant she was just passing by on the roadway.
She was approaching the area, yeah, to see if I was home.
All right, and do you know what your response was to her text?
Yeah, like 20 or 30 minutes later, I said 10 minutes.
I'm 10 minutes out, is what you said.
I think I said 10 minutes, but yeah, I'm not home.
Doesn't that indicate you're gonna meet them at your house in 10 minutes?
No, I told her to let me know when you're gonna be in the area.
Was the money that Catherine Magbanoa got damp?
I never gave her any money that was damp. The money I gave her came out of my safe.
Was it damp?
No, I took it out of my safe, I put it on the dresser, she put it in her purse.
Why did Garcia and Rivera, or whoever did it, I guess I should say, why did whoever did it need to kill someone to extort you?
You gotta ask them.
Well, why couldn't they just come put a gun to your head and say, give me all the money in your safe?
Thank God they did.
Thank God they didn't.
Thank God they did. I would have gotten killed.
If Garcia hated you, why would he drive to Tallahassee twice to kill someone you hated?
It sounds like he was part of the extortion, or Katie put him up to it.
Doesn't blackmail or extortion usually involve the extortionist having some kind of dirt on the victim?
I know how this was done to me. I know I'm just telling you what happened to me. I'm not an expert in it.
If they had come in and threatened to kill you, would you have given them the money in your safe?
If someone came and put a gun to my head, yeah, I would have opened up my safe and I would have given them the money.
I still don't get how killing Dan Markel advances the ball for them to extort money out of you. Do you?
Yeah, I have a theory. They could extort me for life, and I don't think they knew exactly how much I had in the safe. She knew I had a lot of money in the safe. But this way I could get extorted for life, and that's what happened. And I was stuck paying $3,000 a month.
But you could have gotten extorted for life just by the threat of death by Latin King, couldn't you, Doctor?
I mean, this was as real of a threat as you get. I mean, these guys aren't messing around.
All right, you didn't report this after Garcia was arrested, did you? Did not report this after Garcia's arrest?
No, not at all.
Okay, you did keep paying Catherine Magbanoa after Garcia's arrest?
No, I never saw her again.
Did not report this after Magbanoa's arrest, correct?
Correct.
Did not testify in either of their trials, correct?
Was never contacted to, but yes.
You were okay with the possibility of them getting away with killing Dan Markel.
I thought the truth was going to come out in 2019.
How, if the witness who knows something doesn't come forward?
Katie knows what happens and knows I was extorted, and her trial was in 19, and I was expecting the truth to come out then. And instead, I found out that she was having this affair with him on me, and she lied, and all this money was going to her.
So if her defense had been, I was an innocent conduit to an extortion, you would have backed her up on that?
If she would have come in and told the truth, and yeah, for sure. You would have heard the same story.
Where is your family located now? You don't have to be specific, but is your mom and dad, are they still in South Florida?
They still live in South Florida.
Okay, what about Wendy and the boys?
My parents live about 35 minutes from my sister, and I used to live about 45 minutes from them.
And are they okay, as far as you know, physically, today, as we sit here?
Yes.
And are you concerned that because you've told now on the Latin Kings that they're going to come kill your whole family?
I mean, I just told you that I knew that, was told then that Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, killed Dan Markel. So, I mean, I do have some concern when I get out.
Right, but even
after me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I said I do have some concern with Latin Kings now that I've spoke and told what I know.
But what about, I mean, Rivera was already in custody at one point, as well as Garcia and Magbanoa. My understanding is your continued fear was due to other Latin Kings, potentially. Is that accurate?
These are highly connected people. Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, in custody means absolutely nothing. If you think he can't send somebody from the outside, you're wrong.
All right. So my question to you is, did that happen? Because you told yesterday.
Was I killed yesterday when I was in jail? No.
And nobody in your family has been killed so far.
You're talking about in the last 24 hours?
Right,
Not that I know.
okay. But you're worried about that?
I think now that I've spoken, I do have a concern, yes.
Okay. But not too concerned to remain silent when it's your own butt on the line, right?
I'm here to tell the truth. And yes, do I have a concern now that I told you what happened? Absolutely.
Mom tells you on that first wire call that the bump involves the two of us, referring to yourself and your mom, right?
Yes, that's what she said.
And would you agree, prior to your explanation, that that looks pretty incriminating?
I think if you don't know what happened, you can assume the worst.
Isn't it true that you had to add the bit about confiding your extortion in your mom in order to put that toothpaste back in the tube?
No, that's what happened when I
Because-
got the checks.
Otherwise, why would you bring your mom into this?
I didn't want to. When I first told her on the phone and asked her to write the checks, I told her, I said, just it's a long story. I'd brush it off, and she didn't press anything, but I think she was out somewhere. It wasn't until when I picked up the checks that she started pressuring me and saying, this makes no sense. Why are you doing this? You're not dating Katie. And that's when she found out.
But your mom is the most high-strung out of the whole group, right? And she's old, and she worries, right?
I don't think she's super high strung, but she does worry about her kids.
You don't?
No. You've never met her.
Well, you said she was, quote, notorious for making a big deal out of everything.
I mean, she overreacts, but she's a mom. I think a lot of moms overreact.
Okay. You could have told her, you know, Katie's down on her luck, and I'm just going to be putting her on the payroll. I mean, you were making enough money, you could tell her to just write checks, couldn't you? Why'd you have to tell her it was an extortion from Latin King gang members?
Well, okay, at that time I didn't know anything about the Latin Kings, but when I told her what happened, I was thinking that, you know what, it actually would be good if someone knows what happened in case I get killed. They at least know what direction to start looking in. So until that point, nobody even knew. So I just, when she started questioning me, I just said, you know what, I'm going to tell you, but don't say a thing to Dad. Don't say a thing to Wendy. You got to promise me. I didn't want her to ever talk about this again. And that was the day that she found out, is when I got the checks.
What she doesn't say on the wire is, it's happening again. I was approached by another extortionist today. Does she say that?
No, she's talking very carefully.
And you say carefully, but isn't carefully the same thing as code?
No, they're two totally separate things. You know the difference?
You weren't really giving her money for a TV, were you?
Giving her money for a TV.
This TV is probably going to be about $5.
Okay.
I need you to bring cash tonight.
I wish she picked another object on planet Earth other than TV. But TV is code for absolutely nothing. There is no code in this case involving TV. And you keep circling and circling and circling TV, you're wrong.
Is it a coincidence that the repair of the TV that you bought Wendy as a divorce gift because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman is your sister's alibi for the murder, and then your mom brings up TV first call on the wire?
It's not an alibi for a murder. She had a broken TV. You got to ask Lincoln who threw the remote at the TV.
Was it a coincidence? Is the TV thing a coincidence? That's what I hear you say.
Oh, that the repairman was there that day?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that is a coincidence for sure. There's a
And
couple
all
of
the-
coincidences in this case.
I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I said there's a couple of coincidences in this case. I mean, she had people send her an email to go buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon for their Stock the Bar party, and she was driving to a liquor store to buy a bottle of Bullet Bourbon on that day, at that time, and her friend sent the email, and you have the email and evidence. Like, is that a coincidence? Yeah, coincidences happen.
And the you might not be the right Katie talk, that doesn't seem to really fit with your theory of the case, does it? What was your explanation for that? Why you kept saying you might not be the right Katie? I mean, she's definitely the right Katie, right?
Absolutely. She knew it was. I was implying it was her. I was just trying to say, I'm not setting you up, but I need your help.
On call B, you call your mom back and you say, you probe her a little bit, and ultimately you say, you think someone's trying to blackmail you? That's crazy. Why does it sound like this is something that's new and unfathomable to you at that moment?
Well, because I wasn't even following what my mom was talking about on the first call. And on the second call, when she shocked me when she said that. And I'd been extorted before, and her saying to bring cash, everything just didn't sound right.
Could we play clip 4, please? This is from Dolce.
Sorry, from what?
Clip 4 from Dolce.
Okay.
Even if they had any evidence, the first words out of your mouth on this clip, even if they had any evidence, no, strike. The quote is, if you say, if they had any evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. And I know you already testified about this, but does an innocent person say, if they had any evidence?
Right, Katie's saying it's the police, and I'm saying that we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence to show we were part of something that we were part of. If we had any part of this, we'd be going to the airport right now.
Isn't it true, doctor, that they're not going to have any evidence because you were careful?
No, because we weren't a part of this.
You were smart.
No, we weren't a part of this.
You walled yourself off from the killers.
I was sure they're not going to have evidence to show I did something I didn't do. So we're not running to the airport.
And you're untouchable, right?
No, we didn't do a murder. I wasn't part of a murder. There's no reason to run to the airport.
In the next clip, you're discussing what's going to happen if this person that did the bump goes to the police. And you're going through all these scenarios, you know, these possibilities.
Wait, if he goes to the police?
Yeah, the blackmailer goes to the police. They're going to say, where's the weapon? And he's not going to know. He's just going to have hearsay, basically. Someone told me they did it. It's not going to be enough to get the investigation anywhere. Why are you thinking through the possibility of the blackmailer going to the cops if the blackmailer doesn't have any dirt on you to take to the cops?
I wasn't thinking about the blackmailer. What I was trying to say is I don't know anything about Sigfredo. I don't know anything about this crime. I was trying to tell her that I'm harmless. I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Like, the last thing I wanted is that now that she's saying it's the police, is someone to come and kill me and think I'm some kind of loose end. So that's why I'm saying that.
But that's not what you're saying. You're saying if this is a person that Luis Rivera ran his mouth to, and they go to the police, it's going to be worth zero because they're not going to know anything other than, hey, my brother told me this.
I don't know if I was saying with someone who knows Luis Rivera. I was trying to make a point that I don't know anything.
And then you suggest what they would have to do is get him to wear a wire and get the person to confess, and that's probably what this could be, an effort to do, right?
Well, they're thinking that we were part of a murder, so this was the same thing I said before, is that this is their theory, so this is a police tactic, and it could be either a bad guy or the police, and this is how they're pursuing it.
Exactly. So as long as you keep your mouth shut, you can get away with murder, right?
No, not at all.
Isn't that what you told Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, Ryan Fitzpatrick is someone who stole over $500,000 from me.
That's not my question, sir.
Sorry.
Did you say that to Ryan Fitzpatrick?
No, never. Never at all.
Why do you go into so much detail about rental car examples? Let's start with, strike that. Can you agree that the Prius, you knew that the police were looking for a Prius at the time you met at this Dolce Vita restaurant?
I think it had been released at that time.
All right, and you heard the recording. You're arguing. Let's play the clip. This is going to be clip, I think let's play 7 and 8, please. Dolce.
Because the fact is, like, even if, let's say, you just have my car, and then I go ahead and I get in the car, and then I go, and you're getting in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, and he got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, yep, he was in my car. Anytime the car for 2 minutes got I borrow for the weekend, I'll bring it back on Tuesday. He goes, yeah, sure. So you rented the car. So you've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, and he goes, okay, thanks. Yeah, he rented it, but what if you were fucking out all weekend and you didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. My point is, I don't have any knowledge of what went on. Evidently, this person is pretending to or does. I don't want someone paying business. Aaron.
Sounds like you're saying, even if they track down the Prius, even if there's DNA or fingerprints in the Prius, meaning like they can link someone to the Prius, that's not going to be enough evidence to make any arrests in this case. Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. What I'm doing is I'm restating.
You've answered my question.
Can I give you an
On redirect, you'll have an opportunity.
Well,
My question was.
One moment.
My question
We're not
was-
just wildly arguing. Mr. Adelson, please answer the question.
Okay.
I can just ask you a yes or no question.
Please allow me
and
to
you're-
answer your question.
Okay.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Help yourself out.
What I was saying to Katie is that the information she had just told me in the car about Sigfredo not being there when the crime was committed, she told me that Sigfredo was high on drugs at the hotel and that Luis had rented a car and that he's the one who killed Dan. And I'm restating to her that I don't have any knowledge of what went on, and that all I know is that Sigfredo wasn't even there when this happened. So that's what I'm restating to her.
That Sigfredo can't be caught even if he's connected to the crime, to the car?
I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed Dan.
Okay. Wouldn't it be good for you, because you know now that Sigfredo is the extortionist, right? She just told you that in the car?
Sigfredo, yeah.
Okay. And wouldn't it be good for you if the police investigation into the Prius led to the arrest of the killers/extortionists?
If they arrested the people that killed Dan,
Yeah.
I know the extortion would stop. As long as I kept my mouth shut, I'd be safe.
Right. So why are you trying to argue to her that, like, the car is not going to lead anywhere? They're not going to be able to do anything with the car.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that I know that Sigfredo wasn't the one who killed him.
Did you say on this recording, if they're a bad guy, there's two ways of dealing with it? Go ahead and contact the police. They'll contact him, the blackmailer, and arrange a setup. Take him down and he'll proffer 10 years and now tell us everything you know or else you're going to serve 10 years in prison. Next thing you know, this person is singing. He's calling out your name. My parents are going to have to tell the story of what happened. Singing about what? About the extortion?
No, I think you're reading it wrong. I know the audible is bad.
What would
Are those the words?
Yes, sir. What would the extortionist, and now I'm referring to the one that contacted your mother.
The Latin King extortion.
Well, they're both Latin kings, right?
The second extortion.
What would they have to sing about?
The second extortion would be singing and talking about the first extortion, where they learned their information from.
Who cares? That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Well, when they catch the first extortion, Katie's tied to them and I'm tied to Katie. They're going to come talk to us, and we're going to be in danger when we tell them what happened. So I was saying if they catch the second, they're going to turn in on the first, and that's the same thing I said yesterday.
You gave very precise instructions to Catherine McBanois on what she was to say when she calls the phone number, right?
Yeah,
Did you do that?
Absolutely.
And then you say, quote, "You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. And he knows who you are. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it." Aren't you telling her that if Garcia can't handle this problem and kill whoever's behind this, you will have someone else do it.
You're reading it totally wrong.
It's a yes or no question, sir.
No, you're wrong.
When Dan Markel's murder was taking too long to happen, didn't you tell Catherine Magbanua that if she couldn't get it done, you would find someone else to do it?
No, I've never said that either.
And then you say in the recording, I'm back to Dolce now. Yeah, and guess what? When the effing police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his effing driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. So you knew you'd be believed if you went to the police, right?
I didn't know I'd be believed, but I fear for my life.
And then you say, so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's gonna be fucking Nazi shit. Because this will be done. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Katie, I don't care what I spend, okay? I swear to God. What is Nazi shit?
That's an expression that Katie would use to describe someone that's going crazy. Because I think the Nazis were absolutely crazy people. So I'm saying I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on the guy that's trying to extort my mom for money. I'll pay someone to go threaten him and to scare him. I was not talking about killing anybody.
Well, you say the word kill, yes?
No. Oh, when you're putting the words in my mouth, well, we can do that sentence.
Do you say the word kill?
I'm talking about if Sigfredo's coming after you, he's such a dangerous guy, you'd have to kill him to stop him. That's the only thing you could do. Not talking about killing the extorter. I'm talking second extortion. Okay. I'm saying that if Sigfredo's coming after you, the only thing that you could do is you'd have to kill him to stop him. I'm not talking about killing anybody. I'm talking about that's the only way that you could stop Sigfredo from coming after you is you would have to kill him. And that's exactly what I said there. You're wrong. That's exactly what I said.
All right, thank you. Nazis kill, right? Isn't that like their primary objective?
No, I think Nazis are insane, crazy people.
That exterminate, right?
That kill, yes, but they're crazy. That was an expression she would use, and that's when I used it to her, but it's basically saying I'm gonna have someone go crazy on this guy. I could have used the word crazy. I thought it was interchangeable.
Isn't what you're doing here in this portion of the tape feeling her out to make sure Garcia doesn't have any bad feelings toward you?
When I said it, yeah, I thought he could have been behind the second extortion. I think I've said that before.
And you go into like how your relationships didn't overlap, you never disrespected him, and you mentioned that, you know, you don't think that I assume you mean these other people, associates that have contacted your mom would want to mess with his connections, right? Remember?
You're talking about the copycat extortion.
Right. And then you ask if he's too far removed or can he still make a call? Are you referring to Garcia in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So can Garcia make a call to try to figure out who this is?
Can Garcia help stop the second extortion? Someone's doing a piggyback extortion on the first. That's exactly what I said.
On the topic of conversation for Catherine Magbanua, don't you say, I look for things to do, I show you, that's the difference. You don't ask me for shit. You said all those things, right?
Absolutely, that's proven what I've been saying all along is that I didn't think she was part of this, so I was doing things to keep her happy from time to time. Ethan's birthday I brought up there, I gave her $300. I helped her out with the car when her car was broken, for sure.
And then you say, listen, you giving somebody money is not an admission of any kind of guilt. Would paying the money have made her look guilty?
That's what she was saying to me. Is she said it's the police. You can't pay the police. They're going to think you were part of a murder and they're going to arrest you.
But if it was an extortionist, it could have created a monster, right?
And if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed.
So when
or
these
you could
guys...
keep getting extorted.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said if you don't pay the extortionist, you could get killed, or you could keep getting extorted.
But your main concern was that if we pay, this guy will think I'm an ATM machine, right? He'll keep coming back again and again and again. Don't you articulate that to Catherine Magbanua?
If it was an extorter, that was one of the concerns. The other concern was not paying him and getting killed.
But what you say is, well, I don't remember the quote exactly. The main concern, what I'm most worried about, is that they're going to keep coming back for more, right?
I don't remember using the word the main concern.
But what you don't say in here is like what you or your homies have been doing to me for 2 years.
Of course not. I don't want her to think I'm setting her up.
Why are you explaining extortion and how extortion works to Catherine McBanoa?
In there?
Yeah.
Because I know.
But she knows too, doesn't she?
So I repeat myself. I do that.
You also explain it to your mother how extortion works, and has known about it for 2 years too, right?
From what I told her, yeah. I'm reminding her.
Then you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. And if someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same, right?
Yes, I said that.
You're in this together, right?
We're both innocent.
You were very obviously relieved on the wire when you came to the conclusion that this was law enforcement. Would you agree with that?
Very relieved, yeah.
All right. And at that same time that on the wire you're expressing relief, or I should say, shortly after all the relief expressed on the wire, we've got the arrest of Catherine McBanoa, right?
No.
No. Okay. Would you agree that it goes relief on the wire, then arrest of Catherine McBanoa?
Do you want to give me dates? Because Kathy was arrested 6 months later.
Okay.
The wire
Can we
was in
agree
April.
that
She was
you were
arrested in
very
October.
relieved on the wire, and that 6 months later, Catherine McBanoa was arrested?
She was arrested 6 months later, correct?
And 6 months later, after you were completely relieved on the wire, you begin to exhibit these extreme behavior changes that we've heard about. And what is your explanation for that?
Because I thought I'd be falsely arrested.
Did you encourage Catherine McBanoa to reconcile with Garcia? That's a yes or no.
Yes, for sure I did.
Was that a good decision for her or a good decision for you?
Neither.
You've heard your lawyer say that you talk a lot. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
And you talk a lot on the wire, right?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree you're not a direct person?
My direct person?
There's a lot of circular talking on the wire.
I mean, however you want to describe my mannerisms of talking, you're welcome to describe them.
I'll do that in closing. What I'm asking is, do you agree that you are like that?
I think at times I'm direct, for sure.
Do you have a way of saying things without really saying it?
No, I think I'm pretty direct with things.
Do you think you can talk your way out of this?
No, I don't. I'm not part of a murder.
Who are they going to believe, right? An oral surgeon or a gangster?
That's extorting me in my driveway and coming and threatening me?
You're untouchable, right?
No, I'm not part of this murder.
There was a lot of talk about going to the police on the wire, which I think we've well established did not happen. But you've always gone to the police before, right?
I've had other things that I've gone to the police for, yeah.
You've gone to the police in reference to something to do with your child's mother? Yes or no?
Yes.
You've gone to the police when you were threatened to be blackmailed over something with a woman back in 2015? Remember that?
No, I didn't go to the police.
Did you send a letter from your lawyer indicating that describing her actions as an attempted shakedown and indicating that not only will Dr. Adelson never pay a settlement, he will undoubtedly prevail and seek attorney's fees against your client?
Right, that's a civil complaint, and somebody was making an unfounded civil complaint and threatening filing a lawsuit, and an attorney handled the civil complaint. The police were never notified, but it was a civil suit.
It was somebody trying to shake you down for money.
It was a unfounded claim from a civil suit to me and another dentist that it was involving.
It was a claim that potentially had criminal implications as well, wasn't it, Doctor?
For me?
Yes.
No. There was never a police investigation with that.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
I had a reporter almost kill my 10-week-old puppy dog that I was walking because I was going for a walk in the morning and he was stalking outside my house.
In 2018, did you report an aggravated assault where a vehicle was driving aggressively and narrowly avoided striking you?
It was more almost hit my dog too, but yeah.
Do your nephews deserve to know the whole truth about who killed their father?
Yeah, now they do.
Do Danny's parents deserve to know what happened to their son?
Absolutely.
And you say you knew. You now say you knew a big piece of what happened, right?
Yes.
Do you feel bad about not volunteering that to Danny's parents?
I feel a sense of relief that now I was able to tell everybody what finally happened.
Yesterday, almost 10 years later, right?
Yeah.
And that's because you didn't just know a big piece of it. You were a big piece of it, weren't you, Doctor?
I was extorted and I knew a lot, yeah.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Before we redirect, do any of the members of the jury need to take a break before we continue with the examinations? The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. We'll have a brief 10-minute break before we have a redirect.
All right, so my impressions are that George is being methodical about this. She's letting him talk a lot. Normally on cross-examination, you'd want somebody to talk a lot, right? So I think that's what a lot of concerns are with folks saying, oh no, George is losing it, or concerns that she's letting him wiggle off the hook as a slimy worm or whatever. But
we will reconvene at 11:20.
All right, so, but for a defendant like Charlie that has an answer for everything, he's the maestro.
You can sit at the counsel table, sir.
He's basically been, like I said in the comment, he's basically the kind of guy, you don't cross the Adelsons. Look what his own mom said. No, Jibbers hasn't won against us yet. He's not going to win against us, or something to that effect. So these folks believe that they can live their lives with a kind of thuggery, intimidate, browbeat, threaten, do whatever it takes, get behind lawyers. I would bring up all the times they've engaged lawyers and law enforcement. She hasn't done that. And but I think that the damage he's done to himself is enough that it's going to help sink him. And like I say, she didn't need to do any cross. So somebody like him that's going to lie through his teeth about all this kind of stuff and have a slick, glib answer for everything, it's just not going to be credible to a juror. So, a lot of people had the same comments about Murdo, even after he testified and stuff like that. So I think juries see right through this kind of stuff. And keep in mind all the digs he's made on Dan, all the digs he's made on women. He's even talking about who wants to bring, farting 6-year-olds around. No single woman is going to want to have a guy date her because of farting kids. That's just disgusting. I think wasn't there that time he said that he said don't even bring the boys. I think that was Wendy was asking about bringing the boys over, and this I think is related from Donna's, where he's telling Donna, it's like, I told her don't even bring the boys, right? And then the other time he says, I don't care if you bring them. So he's a guy that has no interest in anything but, you know, his slick lifestyle, and that's what I thought they would have opened the door to that more on cross-examination about how he's able to finagle out of stuff. And for example, you hear him on the wiretaps talking about how he's able to get out of a speeding ticket because he's in his scrubs, and he told the officer that stopped him that he's headed to Broward Central or whatever that local hospital is in the emergency room, that he was an ER doctor. So, you know, cop's not going to look closely at the badge to see whether he's an ER doctor or not. He just took his word for it, and he got out of a ticket that fast. So, so I would bring up stuff like that, and just to show he's basically so litigious, so willing to talk to lawyers and attorney friends of his, and also for the cops, these dirty cops. He had a roommate, not a roommate, but a business tenant. They had a shared office space or business space, and he had the cops trump up some reason that they forced the guy out. So the cops basically evicted a business partner on threats that he could be arrested. And so this is the kind of characters he hung out with: some corrupt cops, some dirty, shady kind of guys. And keep in mind, Jeff Lacoste said he bragged about it. And that's what guys do a lot. People that are bullies always brag about their connections with the dark criminal underworld. And so, I mean, that could have been brought out here on cross-examination, because they opened the door when Rajpan brought up his lifestyle. As soon as he asked about lifestyle, I'm like, oops, there it is. They have ability to go into any kind of misconduct they want to. The stuff about him going to underage brothels in other countries, that's something that may be too prejudicial. So I would probably get a ruling for the judge before I'd want to bring that if I was a prosecution. But all the rest of that stuff is totally fair game. So overall, I think Charlie's responses are just, I get a real flavor of Charlie. He can just talk his way out of anything. He thinks he's going to walk out of here today. He's going to be home tomorrow. And so I just don't see the jury buying it. I think this is, there's just too many things he has to deflect and make up a story on. And so everything he's got a story on. I mean, even when he talks about Nazis, I really don't think that Katie's the type of person to bring up Nazis and stuff. So I think he probably routinely bring up Nazis. So he's even deflecting on that. So he just won't admit to a single thing he's done wrong. And so for him to basically be threatened by Katie just by saying, you know, I would have loved to see him ask her to stand up and show the courtroom, get right in front of the jury, like maybe 10 feet away. Can you show us exactly how Katie was acting with the body language and all that kind of stuff to demonstrate this threat to you? Do the same kind of voice inflections, the tone of voice and stuff like that. And he would have, like, acting like that would have been the real acting test to him. And he would have came across so ridiculous. And I think at that point, that was probably would have been the only gotcha moment you can really get on this guy, because he's going to wiggle and squirm no matter what you say. So overall, I'm not worried about this at all. And they brought a lot of points on the kind of stuff he was doing. And I would have asked some more questions, maybe like the denial of visitation, what if he knew that his sister was doing that and stuff like that. But I thought it was good she brought up the fact that she went on Trescott and stuff like that. Would have gone in a little bit more detail. But overall, I'm not. I don't have any concerns that these other people have that Georgia has lost the jury or anything like that. So I think it's going fine. Let me see if there's any other questions here. Yes, yeah. Candy Orange says a story to explain every piece of evidence, Murdo, and we know what happened here. Yeah, I mean, in real life, you can't explain away everything like this. There's so many things that he's got on him. I mean, Charlie's the kind of guy who he could come up with a story and explain away DNA linking him to a crime scene that he says he wasn't there at. So it's just not going over good with the jury. So Andy got pulled over on the way to the emergency room with multiple gunshot wounds, and she ended up apparently marrying a cop, so that's okay. But yeah, that works. They're not going to say, sorry, I got to write your ticket if somebody's, in a life or death situation. So, and Charlie knows that. So he knows how to push the buttons. He's a master manipulator. He's a maestro. He knew how to push the button on these unsophisticated, uneducated people. Granted, Katie did have a bachelor's degree, but pretty much that's not a whole lot right now of demonstration of actual street smarts and intelligence in the real world. If I was Georgia, I would call Tamara Demko in rebuttal. She can really blow out of the water the fact that this was really contentious. Things were heating up. I thought it was great that Georgia brought up the bar licensing was threatening to Wendy. I would have brought up the fact that Dan had all the clout at the law school. She had none. She only got hired because of Dan. If Dan wanted her gone, she's gone. And if she's gone under allegations of misconduct, then guess what? Her trying to get a job there in Tallahassee, she can't move the kids. The judge has already ruled that.
Here, I'll shut it off. Sorry about that.
The defendant in this trial, the man accused of orchestrating the plot to kill FSU
All right, we're coming back.
come back and take the stand, Mr. Adelson. I think we still have a few jurors using the restroom, and we'll get started after that.
All right, Ben, am I live?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, so we're starting back up here. And there's a question about if there's a hung jury here, do they go after him again? Yeah, I would hope so. I mean, why wouldn't they? If there would be a hung jury, it would be like maybe one holdout. I can't say any more than that. So Charlie does not come across as a likable person. He's likable in his own mind. He comes across with some charisma, and he's got a glib, slick answer for everything. And that's not going to play well with the jury. And look how he's talked down about women and Dan. And I mean, he's just basically, and the way they use and exploit and trash people, and the way he's basically, you can see his kind of, like I say, bullying nature and whatnot. Jurors pick up on all that kind of stuff. And the fact that he can take a spin, and what is obvious isn't obvious in his mind, it's just really bizarre testimony. So letting him speak and letting him ramble, I think like that is something that's very, very much hurting him. And they're showing the real Charlie. So the real Charlie is somebody that acts exactly like we heard on the tape. So you're going to tell me you're going to believe his excuses now over the actual tapes, and they're talking in code? I mean, that's just baffling that anybody could even think that's even a stretch of imagination credible. So if they would either do a hung jury or in a full out acquittal, I mean, that's just not an acquittal is absolutely not possible, because there's not that many people of the 12 that would even believe this nonsense. And so could there be one holdout potentially? There's always a chance on any particular trial, but I think in this case, there's so much evidence about his bad character. I think they'd be able to convince the one holdout that you need to go ahead and then vote with the rest of us. So I don't see that. I don't see that happening at all, though, in this case. I think he's alienated the jury. I think this long, drawn-out approach has, like I say, alienated them, and it looks like they got something to hide. And yeah, Rashman's probably looking down at comments and stuff like that on cases. So he wants to hear people saying, hey, there's a chance of an acquittal here, or hey, the government hasn't proven their case, or whatever they say. So not going to change just because there's a few comments here. People are worried about it. So this is the way I would expect Charlie to come across. Everything's got an answer. He's going to deflect, diffuse. He's completely set up here. He's completely framed. If you really believe a guy with this amount of connections and not just business experience, but also experience dealing with shady characters, you really think that Katie could extort him without a gun, without a threat, without naming who the extortionist is? I mean, it's just absolute ludicrous. So there's not going to be a problem here getting a conviction. So anyway, They haven't started back up, so we're going to go back on break here. Let me see if there's any questions. Do you think the one guy in the jury thinks he can get some money from the Adelsons? I mean, I don't see this being an issue. Apparently, there's this guy. He's always constantly looking around the jury. He's sort of creeping out. It looks like one of the fellow jurors or whatnot. I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, I bet you the Nazi word comes up often in the Adelson house, so that's not something a younger Filipino girl living in Miami is going to bring up. That's something that more people knowledgeable in history and stuff like that, specifically Jewish people who obviously the Nazis were so brutally cruel, vicious, and evil towards. That's how this is like a highly highly offensive term, and it really speaks of pure sheer evil. So that's something more like Charlie's willing to talk about. Yet what does he do? He blames it on Katie. So that right there is as a juror, they're not going to believe that. Cocky and nonchalant behavior, yeah, demonstrates how he hangs out with his homies. Yeah, he's acting cocky here. He thinks he owns the room. He walks into every room and thinks he owns it. He's smarter than everybody else, and he's going to get over on them.
Be seated. Members of the jury, I was informed by an unnamed source that some baked goods have made their way into the jury room. If there is a red velvet cake and no one brought enough to share, contempt powers will be exercised. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may redirect your client.
Thank you. Do you remember when Ms. Kappelman asked you about that text on August 25th, 2014, when Katie said to lose her number? Do you remember those questions?
Yeah.
Isn't it true that within 12 hours of that text, you're offering her help on her car with an individual named Sully?
Yes, I remember that.
Why are you offering her that help just within hours after that text?
Because I wanted to keep Katie happy, and she was getting mad at me, and I needed her protection. I didn't want her to stop protecting me.
Now, there was a lot of questions about timing, and I want to make sure that everyone has this clear, because it's really important. In 2014, did you think Catherine Magbanua was extorting you?
No, not at all.
Now, after she went to trial and testified, and after you saw the evidence of the money that was in her accounts, did you know that you were wrong and in fact she was the person who was extorting you, either with Sigfredo or without him?
Yeah, that wasn't until 2019, 5 years later.
So when Ms. Kappelman shows you all of those text messages and emails in 2014 that seem friendly, at that point, and in 2016 that seemed friendly, and all the gifts, at that point in time, what did you think she was?
I thought she was protecting me, and she got dragged into this the way I did.
Now, do you remember when Ms. Kappelman showed you that indictment?
Yes.
And it had your name on it and Catherine Magbanua's name on it as co-conspirators?
Yeah.
Do you remember when she directly asked your sister in this courtroom if she participated in a birthday gift for your dad of the murder of Professor Markel?
I remember her asking that.
So her name's not in that indictment, but were you in this courtroom when the first thing in opening the state put on the board was a picture of all of you, because their theory is that all of you participated in this murder, right?
Yeah, they said me, my mom, my dad, my sister.
And their theory is wrong about your sister, correct?
100%.
Just like it's wrong about you.
100%.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you about you paying overtime as opposed to just paying the money all up front. Why did you pay overtime?
The reason I didn't pay it all off is because it became like a life insurance policy, and I felt like every month when I paid, I felt like they weren't gonna kill me, because if they killed me, they wouldn't get the money next month.
Ms. Kappelman asked you, does it make sense? Why wouldn't they just rob you? Remember she asked you that question?
Yeah,
Were you in the courtroom? Do you recall when you were in the courtroom? Do you recall Luis Rivera saying he just wanted to rob the lady? Do you recall that?
yes,
And do you recall he said that Sigfredo Garcia told him that Katie told him, we can't just rob the lady. We have to do a murder.
yes,
Now you don't know, you were told in the car that Luis Rivera was the killer. You've learned since that Sigfredo Garcia was the shooter, right?
I learned that he was convicted of shooting Dan. But in 2016, when I was sitting in the car, Katie was telling me that he went up in the rental car and that he was high on drugs, and that it was Luis Rivera, the head of the Latin Kings, that killed Dan.
She was protecting her husband.
Yeah, that's what she was telling me. At the time, I thought she wasn't a part of it, and she was telling me the truth.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you about other times that you have called the police since this case began. Well, not since this case began, but since the events of this case. She asked you about a photographer in a car. She asked you about a woman who's the child of the mother of your child when you called the police. In either of those circumstances, was someone threatening your life?
No, not at all.
In either of those circumstances, was someone threatening your family's life?
Not at all.
In either of those circumstances, had within hours before someone been shot in broad daylight in their driveway?
No, not at all.
By the way, you're heard on the wire about, at some point, your jet ski getting stolen, right?
Yes.
And do you recall what you say on the wire about your jet ski getting stolen?
I said I don't even want to catch the people.
Well, I'll ask it a different way. When your jet ski was stolen, did you call the police?
Objection, relevance?
Stand.
Judge. May we go sidebar, Judge?
Approach.
So if he called the police then, I think that's helpful. I don't know why Georgia was objecting here. Is there something more to this I don't know about? But I just hope this redirect doesn't go on very long. Redirect should be for the purpose of something that was brought up. That's within the scope of the cross-examination. So the cross-examination covered most of the things he talked about on direct. So hopefully it's just not going to be a whole nother regurgitation of direct to try to bolster the original testimony on direct for Charlie. So I don't know what's going on with this jet ski. So apparently he had a jet ski stolen. He called the police. I don't know what happened after that here. So. Yeah, Charlie's not looking at the jurors at all. I noticed that he's not wanting to really look them in the eye, and so he's not connecting with them in a natural way. He's not mechanically looking at them a lot like some witnesses can. That goes over bad and can creep out a lot of witnesses. But I think he's just got this straitjacket mentality on, and his lawyers has told him that you need to keep just looking straight ahead. Just think of the question. Don't answer a question more than 10 seconds. Just keep the 10-second rule in rehearsal, 10 to 15 seconds, 20 at most. And that's sort of his mindset. He's probably been practicing that for, over a year. And so he's got this down pretty good. But like I say, you can't cover all this detailed lies of what the real Charlie is from all the wiretaps. Yeah, I think there's a chance of a verdict, so I think we'll probably, hopefully be done with, redirect and recross, and then, they'll probably go to lunch, and then we'll get, I don't think they're gonna do rebuttal, and so then we'll get into, jury instructions. There'll be a break for that.
Examination.
And then they'll
Call your jet ski getting stolen?
do jury instructions.
Did you call the police when your jet ski got stolen?
No,
Why not?
because I didn't want the people who knew where I lived to come back if I put them in prison.
Now, Ms. Kappelman asked you several questions about why now are you telling what really happened? Tell the jury why you're now telling what happened.
If I don't tell everyone what happened now, I'm gonna spend the rest of my life in prison for something I didn't do.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Down, Mr. Adelson. The attorney is going to approach again on a brief matter.
Okay, so he didn't ask her if she wanted to recross. I don't know why that was. Maybe they had an agreement ahead of time or something when they had the last sidebar. I'm not sure. But okay, so he didn't call the police on a stolen jet ski. So that's maybe a good question. Why wouldn't you? Oh, he's worried about them finding out where he lives. I mean, that's sort of ridiculous. So basically, you can steal anything you want off of Charlie's premises. You're not going to worry about it. I just don't find that credible.
That's what I was just thinking.
All right, Ben, thank you. Are we live? It's probably some like a drug-related thing or something like that, because he was dealing with marijuana and stuff like that. So that's what we had heard. No, there's not going to be a sequestration of the jury. They're going to go home, be with their families this weekend after tonight. But I think the case is going to be over with by today. I can really see a verdict coming out today or the end of the day. But it's could have very easily also go to Monday morning. So if it goes to Monday morning, I wouldn't worry about it. Why does he get the last word like that? I mean, Georgia could have gone back and asked for a redirect, some follow-ups, but well, I guess I'm sorry. She was doing the questioning on the gosh, I lost the order there. So she was doing the questioning on the
jury. I have news that's going to make you.
I'm sorry, it was her objection on that.
Well, before I give that, Mr. Rauschbaum, do you have any other witnesses you intend to call?
No, Judge, we rest.
Does the state plan to call a rebuttal case at this time?
No, Your Honor.
With both parties having rested their cases, I am going to release you for the afternoon to return on Monday. I know, shocked faces. With that, once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news coverage. Do not find out any information concerning this matter. Again, this is going to be extremely important in reaching the end of this case. This instruction is being given to you for a very specific reason of not causing a mistrial by taking in information that did not take place in this courtroom. I know everyone before has agreed to abide by this and also related that you understood this instruction, but the reason I keep repeating it is because it's that important. Have a good weekend. We will see you Monday morning for closing arguments. Please report at 8:30.
Wow, that's interesting. There must be something else going on. Maybe they want to get out early for the weekend or something. I don't know why they would do that. I don't know why it would take that long to come up with jury instructions, but
Donuts, no interest.
if they're shutting down by 3 o'clock their time, Eastern time, then maybe that's what they're doing. Just go ahead and send the jury home.
Attorneys, we'll go ahead and go into recess now. When we come back from lunch, we will have the charge conference on the jury instructions. The initial draft that's been sent to everyone, both parties have it.
Yes, sir.
All right, other than what's already been sent, did either party request additional instructions?
The state has not.
All right, there was one other instruction that came to mind, given all the discussion about intent and context. Within standard instruction 13.1, there's a definition that defines intent. I've previously given it in murder trials as a standalone instruction, which basically would give the jurors a definition of what is intent. In this matter, I would believe it's appropriate. I'll allow you all to raise any objections or concerns about it as we get into the charge conference itself, but I just wanted to make you aware it's part of the edit that I have been working on.
Can you provide the number one last time?
Yes. Standard instruction 13.1. This is the general burglary instruction, but within the definition section of that instruction. Convene with the charge conference at 1:15.
All right, so we'll come back for that charge conference. I think probably what the judge wants to do is just not hold the jury up on a Friday afternoon for a couple hours while they're going over the actual jury instructions. So that's a judicial discretion matter. I don't have an issue with that. I think most judges want to just keep driving ahead and let the jury wait. Since they're going over lunch break, just takes an extra 2-hour lunch break or whatever. But so no chance of verdict tonight. They'll deliberate Monday. So Michael Faraday says this particular judge does not allow recross. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, judges have that kind of discretion. I've never seen a judge that did that before, but maybe he just wants to keep it from being a tennis ball match from going forth and back between direct and cross and redirect and recross and redirect and recross. So a rebuttal case means that you can rebut what the defense had for evidence before the court. So if they wanted to rebut anything that defense had brought out, it's got to be something that defense had brought out. If it's a witness they forgot about, then they're not going to allow them on rebuttal. So if it is anything pertaining to the scope of what defense raised, the prosecution could have called somebody else to say the opposite. In other words, so for example, if Charlie would have gone up there and said X happened, and this is why I'm innocent, then if there's a witness that the state has to show X did not happen, then that's what they have available. So we don't know who the potential rebuttal witnesses are, if they're even thought of that, because they don't have to be disclosed on the witness list at all. So it's sort of like an ambush witness, and I think they a lot of times work really great for prosecutors, but I think in this particular case, there's not an absolute need for one. And it really comes down to, do you believe what the old Charlie, or you believe the new Charlie? The old Charlie, the one that sounds like a criminal thug on all those tapes, is that the real Charlie, or is the real Charlie now? He's got a slick answer that makes no sense, belies any common sense whatsoever. And so that's what you're really looking at here. The jury can see right through it. In my opinion, he's not coming across well. He comes across too slick, too rehearsed. And that thick binder of stuff that he asked just had perfect recall. I mean, he knew exactly what kind of, he knew what the undercover cops were ordering for lunch. So that's like such a bizarre kind of detail. And let me just refer to my phone here, because somebody had a great comment yesterday. that I had not heard before, but that I thought was really, really on point. And it's the kind of stuff that I think jurors pick up on too, because as I mentioned, his memory was too perfect. So this is Ryan 1432 sent yesterday. I always remember the behavior peeps saying that extra added detail, in parentheses, descriptive things that are beyond irrelevant, are flavoring for the mouthful of lying lies the liar is about to vomit. So that's quite a detailed description on basically when you start adding all those little details like he's talking about. Remember, that's why I typed in here the California roll. He's talking about California roll. I mean, we're talking about what you're talking about at the restaurant. He's trying to talk about what people are eating. So he's just trying to spice it all up. Keep in mind, it's the same kind of thing his sister did, Wendy. Remember, she went to buy this bullet rye, and she's talking to the guy, and she then gets interviewed a couple hours later to advise him, and she's commenting on the fact that he mentioned she had pretty blue eyes. I mean, how would you be mentioning that when you're being questioned on a murder case and your ex-husband, father of your kids, is dying on a hospital emergency room bed? So it's just those kind of things that fill in all those kind of details, having an answer excuse for everything, and the jury will see through that. I'm real confident about it. So how long are the closings? I mean, that's really up to the judge too. I mean, I've seen a judge one time that said you have a 10-minute closing, and I was like, what? I mean, that's like, I don't refer to any scripted notes. I argue straight from the heart when I argue on opening. Well, make a statement on opening, but I weave in a lot of things that could be considered an argument. But on my closing argument, yeah, I mean, that's something that I don't like to see if somebody restricts me 10 minutes, but he may put a cap on him, say you have 2 hours or whatever, if he wants to control the speed of this trial. And I really don't think any closings need to last more than an hour in most cases. And a lot of them can be done in 40 minutes or less. So it depends how complicated the amount of information for the jury to digest is for the particular case. So in this case, there's a lot of detailed information. So I think that they did such a great job on graphics that during the trial that I think if they do a graphics like that in their closing, that'd be a really great way to tie it in for the jury, just go through some of that stuff, but not to belabor this stuff all over again, because I think the jury really gets it here, what's going on. And just keep track of all the lies that Charlie's now trying to deflect away and say that there's an innocent answer for this because I was a victim. So it's his inability to call the police is so beyond weird, and the fact that Katie of all people could be this mastermind conduit of some kind of extortion attempt is just so bizarre. And Amelia, do I think it's a good move not to have rebuttal? I think they probably, from a advocacy standpoint, I think the jury's mind is made up. I don't think any particular piece of a rebuttal is going to matter. I would do rebuttal just to once again remind the jury that the defense case is a stack of lies and it's not credible. But that's just me. I'm more on the aggressive mode as a trial attorney, and so. But like I say, I don't think any of this is going to matter in the end, whether they call a rebuttal witness or not. And all the lies and deflections spoken by all the testimony from both Wendy and Charlie is not looking good. I mean, think about it. You got these people that are highly educated, making decent money, and then you compare that with the hitman team, and these people are just struggling to get by, and they live in a life of crime on the streets as a secondary job to try to make extra money. And Charlie knew that. Charlie knew how to manipulate, exploit people, and this was all just, like I say, a effort to use Katie. I think Katie, if she would have said, no, I don't know people that would put the hurt on somebody, why the heck would you ask me that? he would have dumped her like in short order. Because why would he stick around with her? She's got 2 kids. He doesn't want baggage with kids around. He's not interested in that. He said that. Why would he date somebody like Katie when he can date a 25-year-old with no kids? So she was targeted for that particular reason, just like Jeff Lacasse was targeted. And it goes to show the depths, the extreme depths, and the length of time that this went to bring down Dan Markel, because Dan Markel was not going to win against an Adelson. So Adelson's go to the umpteenth degree to get away with this, and I think you're seeing that right now. And they think that their money and their glib talk is going to get them out of this, because the average person is too stupid to figure them out. And then I think a lot of it, they believe their own lies. They believe that they should be untouched. The laws don't apply to them. That's why Charlie could get away with speeding. And Charlie just fed his behavior that much more every time he got out of a speeding ticket, because he's talking to a cop. And look how much on the road he was. Can you imagine how many times he probably got out a speeding ticket, wouldn't even get a warning ticket? So that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with here. So anyway, do the jurors have the email from Donna regarding the relocation? I can't recall if that was admitted or not, but I know it was brought out, the details of that, but I do think it's admitted, and I just can't recall it specifically, but I do think they admitted all that kind of stuff. No, I'm not worried he'll go free. Thanks, Amelia. No, he's not going to go free. I mean, if he could walk free based on a Tallahassee jury, then you know, I would say you probably, anybody living in Tallahassee, you know, you're not safe from criminals killing you or any of your family members without having law enforcement do the right thing here. So I just don't have that lack of faith in justice ultimately happening. Yeah, Wendy constantly adding irrelevant detail to her interview. Yeah, go back and look at the interview Wendy gave her 5 hours to Detective Isom. I mean, the amount of details and just the little crumbs of detailed information she gave is another indicator of that. Yeah, Rhode Island, I agree with you. Okay, the behavior panel. I heard about that. They did a session on Wendy the other night. I've not looked at that, so I think that'd be good to look at. Thanks for, as a matter of fact. The behavior panel said something like, the truth doesn't need support, but the lie loves a crutch. Yeah, so when you're filling all those little tidbits information like he did, you're spinning trying to spin a web of truth around your lies. And what happens is those little extra details make it look like you are actually lying. I mean, who's going to remember what the undercover agents were ordering for lunch or for salad? Oh, I noticed they were weird because they ordered salad at a sushi place. Well, sushi places have, almost practically every place has a salad. You could order a seaweed salad, for crying out loud, at a sushi place, you know? So, I've ordered salads all the time at a sushi place, and you have ginger dressing, right? Like good ginger dressing. So that just goes to show the extreme amount of degree he's going to lie. Yep, Katie was a perfect dupe. And I'm telling you, from my experience, guys like Charlie know know what people to exploit and what buttons to push, and they know how to bring them in their life, and they know how to discard them when they need to. And I really think that if Katie would have kept talking like, hey, you owe me, you know, I would like a boat, and it was all sort of this flirtation, like, oh, I really love your boat. And he's like, oh, no, you deserve a better boat, or however he said. He said something about her getting a better boat. Really, you really think he would have bought her a boat? He would have kept on saying, well, I want to get you a boat, but, you know, then it was going to look like, you know, we're into this murder conspiracy. So what he did is he kept it down low. I mean, this is a lot cheaper for him. You know, if it's $30,000 to $40,000 a year for her, that's going to keep it under wraps. Of course, the present he gave for Sigfredo, who'd give a birthday present for Sigfredo on the way he was talking all code and stuff like that? It's just again shows how much overwhelming the guilt there is on this case. No, he hasn't caused enough doubt for one juror that will hold out anyway. Yeah, so thank you, Linda. That's what I call it this morning. This is literally the insanity defense, a new definition of it. So, Andy, as a member of certain country, you know what a wound that occurs less than 18 inches would look like, right? The fact that Dan saw that as the last ever vision gets me deeply. I mean, I can't even go there to think that what Dan had to go through, just that brutal killing of Sigfredo. I mean, this guy's really messed up in the head. It's just so hard to imagine people can be that sadistically cruel and evil. I mean, even Luis didn't want to kill the guy. He goes, let's just go bump him. And and think how easy it was to get the money. So Katie knew the money, stash of money is always there. She could have told Sigfredo, hey, you know what? I know where this money is. She could have just been at his house when he wasn't home, perhaps. We don't know what kind of access she had, but I mean, they could have shown up at the house and robbed Charlie when she was there and just claim it's a robbery. I mean, that's how easy it would have been to get money out of him. That $300,000 was there. Or show up when he is there and say, open the safe, have masks on, get all the money right there. I mean, that's how easy it would have been. Why, as a criminal, if you're willing to kill somebody, would you kill somebody up in Tallahassee when you could easily get the money from a known source right there out of Charlie's vault? It'd been so easy. Criminals aren't going to risk murder over something like that. They knew that the only way they're going to get money is if they do the killing of Dan Markel, because he was hated and he had to be exterminated. And that's end of discussion. There's no other explanation for that. Yeah, so Sarah believes also, like Katie and Jeff, were brought in for specific reasons alone. What do you think about June brought in, given that she resembles like Katie? We've heard that he likes Asian women to begin with, so I think that each particular one has a particular purpose. So I think maybe June is the type of person, though, that doesn't have the ability to find probably undercover hitmen like Katie did. And so June, I think, was going to serve her purpose, because anybody has any kind of intelligence would not date somebody like Charlie, right? So he had to find people that were wanting to date him because he had money and fancy cars and a nice house with a cabana and pool and a canal access and all that kind of stuff. So no, it's not too late for Charlie to plead before the jury returns on Monday, but he's not going to do it. He thinks he's walking out of there free on Monday when the jury deliberates. So he's just thinking a couple more days. My attorneys are saving me. They're doing a great job. I'm looking good in front of the jury. And in his mind, there was no damage done by Georgia whatsoever. He's probably back there smiling, yucking it up, thinking, man, everything's going great. You're doing great, Dan. Awesome job. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. There's no way people are that gullible to believe this smoke and mirrors defense. Yeah, we need to check that behavioral panel. Yeah, I think Georgia's going to be totally exhausted going through all that, mentally trying to keep all that together and whatnot. So I do think Sarah will do the closing, but it could very well be Georgia as well, because maybe she considers her like the lead on this case. Normally the lead attorney does both opening and closing. I don't like it when you switch it up, 3 different lawyers, one for voir dire, one for opening and one for closing. That to me is just, you got to have consistency of credibility and trust with the jury. And then and then you can refer back to what you said in your opening or what you said in voir dire, not another co-counsel. I just think that's just too disjointed, but that's the way they did it here. So Ladybug says, do jurors know Donna offered $1 million to Dan to move there, to go to that length to control things, indicates they go to extreme lengths like they wanted to get what they wanted. Yeah, totally. that did come out through different questioning and stuff like that. I think they were the evidence from the defense side, though, was that that information never got to Dan. Dan supposedly did not know about that. But when you go to think about how ridiculous this is, think about how Wendy, all she had to do with all these lies, she could just lie to Dan and say, you know what, you want to save this marriage, which he was fighting for, he didn't want to get a divorce, we're moving to Miami, get me a place there right away, we're leaving now, and if you want to stay married to me, then you're going to come join us, because I will not live in this forsaken place, this hellhole called Tallahassee anymore. And so, of course, Dan would have done that. He would have had no choice. And when that happened, then when he got down there and they moved down there, then she could have instituted divorce proceedings, right? And not done it right away, but maybe wait 6 months, because normally you need some months of time before a court gains jurisdiction over the parties. So she could have waited 3 to 6 months or something like that, and then said, hey, look, you know what, I want to get divorced here. And then he would have been trapped there. They never would have left. And so I think the fact that they did just sort of like, well, hey, we're going to drop this ambush divorce filing on you and just make it go through the ringer. It shows really a retaliation of sorts. And so this kind of hit was also really the ultimate form of retaliation, right? Yeah, Charlie just came across way too cocky, arrogant, condescending. I mean, he was so condescending towards Georgia, and I mean, these jurors. I think he's not even worried about this. Just going through the comments here, and the jury has to see Wendy's police interview in full. No, they cannot. The evidence is already closed, and the trial's not against Wendy, but they could have weaved some of that in different ways, but they didn't think it was relevant. So against Wendy's case, yeah, absolutely, they're going to bring in that interview. Yep. Going to his girlfriend next day, then bam. I mean, he's the biggest restraint on his lifestyle, of course, has been in prison or in this jail for the last year and a half. But this is just something he's like, look, is this a temporary thing? I'm going to get so through this so easily. And this is just a little speed bump on his way to freedom. Oh, thanks, Abigail. Yeah, look, yeah, good point, Maui Swift. Yeah, her proffer, I've not seen that, but I mean, she's just not a smart, sophisticated person at all. I mean, just bizarre. I mean, to think that you can still quasi-lie when you come in for a proffer without an attorney there, this is weird. Why she won't have an attorney there defending her, representing her, talking to her ahead of time, saying, okay, tell me what's really going on, and then calling her out on her lies. Yeah, Dan died alone. Think about that. She did not have any interest in being up there at all. None whatsoever. Somebody says they'll need grief counseling if he walks, so sorry about that. Yeah, I think George is letting Charlie Adelson show his true colors and contempt for women. So he went into so much detail. Most of it seemed like Rashban was testifying on his direct for all of yesterday, and so just it's just a different technique, I think, for a prosecutor. Just let him ramble. A guy like Charlie, the maestro, let him ramble. I mean, normally you have a tightly controlled cross-examination where you just try to get them to agree with you on every little thing, yes, no kind of stuff. But I'm okay with this. I think the damage is done for Charlie, and I think his more of his character came out, and I think he came across better than I thought he was. He didn't get rattled like I thought he would, but he's also very, considering he's on these different medications that medical folks are saying he must be on, and it looks like he's on. I mean, he did pretty good from that sense, but like I say, you don't just go by body language and how smooth and glib he comes across. You got to go by actual content and what he says and how he actually believes his own lies. So you're telling me a juror is going to think that Charlie told the truth for all yesterday and all this morning? You really think that Charlie had not a single lie? All this kind of stuff he said was absolutely truth, and everybody else was lying? I mean, it just doesn't work that way. Yeah, they made it also sound like the Adelsons are planning to move up to Tallahassee, so he's trying to get a house there and stuff like that. Oh, thank you, Nurturing, too. I don't get it right every time. I'm just telling you from my experience what I would do, what I foresee as the outcomes. And nobody thought OJ would get acquitted for Nicole and Ron Cole murders, but he did, so who knows? Well, you know what? There was a lot of stuff the prosecutors did in that case to mess things up as well. Because look at that. That was a higher burden of proof, and yet what he got convicted in the civil court. So you had better lawyers in the civil court for one. Any rest this weekend? No, I don't think they're going to do it this quick now, based on they're just exhausted and whatnot. But I mean, I don't know why they waited this long, but it's just really slow there. I don't get this. I wouldn't have wanted to let these Markels go through this many trials. So it's just really bizarre. Yeah, they're saying that Dan wasn't aware of the offer of $1 million, but I don't think he would have left his job for even $1 million. But like I say, if she would have said, okay, I'll stick with you in the marriage, if you moved down there, I mean, that's how easy it would have been. Yeah, some of the terms he was using, the foul language and stuff like that, I mean, he just came across really creepy. So if you got a creepy defendant, I mean, I want a defendant that's innocent, that's looking like an upstanding citizen, a good person that's doesn't have all this slime baggage with you. So it's something that it's just really going to not bear well with him. So you guys that think he came across so good, okay, so a guy that comes across this way is likable? No, he's not likable. So yeah, if he's convicted, then guess what? The Adelson money is going to go towards spending another $800,000, $1 million, or whatever it will be for an appellate case. So, and then if they get arrested too, imagine if you got 3 more folks arrested, then you're talking about, multiple $1 million more to get them arrested. And that's what should really be done to get justice for the Markels. Do I think the jury consultants chose any jurors that felt they would help Charlie's case? Okay, so here's the thing. They call it jury selection. That's really a misleading term, because you don't select which jurors you want so much as you select which ones you want to have removed. Okay, so you don't pick the best ones you like. You remove the ones you don't like. And through that process of selection, that's how you wind up getting the ones you like the best. So you try to get rid of the ones that are most hurtful to your case, ones that may have some bias or knowledge or prejudice or something like that. And they also have what they call peremptory challenges. So every court case, whether it's civil or criminal, you have peremptory means you don't need a reason to kick them off. Every other juror that you want to get removed, you have to have a reason. Like maybe they said something like, Charlie does look guilty sitting over there. Yeah, he must have done something wrong. Yeah, so a defense attorney is going to say that based on the response, he should get removed from the case, or she should, if whatever the case is. So, yeah, it sounded like Wendy testifying. Yeah, I mean, different version. He also squeezed his eyes closed, not as much as Wendy did, but I saw him doing that as well. That's common response for people lying. Yeah, I don't believe that Katie's trying to minimize her appeal, but I think based on the defense that they had here, that Katie was the mastermind, I think the jury can see that Katie's not very smart, not smart at all. Doesn't have a lick of common sense to save her own soul. Okay, behavior panel. I was able to zoom in on John Steinbeck. His expressions were hilarious to read. I want to say 2:21 into the video, John has awesome smile to George's question of Wendy. Okay, on behavior panel. Okay, you're talking about behavior here for this case. All right, so I don't know what that is, what that was about. How's the prosecution change if there's a retrial? Excuse me. Well, obviously you're going to interview jurors and figure out what went wrong, and from that they can perfect their case, just like they did with Wendy. I thought they didn't go into enough detail on Katie's actions and how she got her money and what she was doing about all that. So they obviously got a chance to improve the second go around. So if there would be a hung jury, then I would say that they'll learn it and go back a second time, and just like Katie, and then get a conviction the second time. So, and then yeah, agree. He's not likable. Foul mouth rants were extremely off-putting. Yeah, washed his mouth out with soap. Yeah, I mean, you got half this jury is made up of women and mothers at that. Probably most of them are mothers as well. I mean, this guy's just, the creep factors is off the charts. Yeah, didn't bring the kids to say goodbye. So yeah, this is all this kind of stuff. Somebody saying the poll on Law and Crime Network only gave 65% guilty. If we extrapolate the round, there's still room for doubt. Okay, well, yeah, how much of this case do they really know about? So people may just listen to an argument or something like that. So I don't know how many jury selection strikes each side has. I mean, I think normally you have, let's say, like 3 peremptory strikes, and then you have unlimited for cause. If you have a reason to kick somebody off for cause, and that's why you could get them kicked off. That's why they had 900 jurors there on standby to be called in on this case, in case everybody says, yeah, my mind's made up, I've seen enough, yeah, I think he's guilty, or yeah, I know some of the witnesses of the case, or no, I'm married to the police chief, or something like that. So Jerry Conway, A+ question mark. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Charlie was sort of like on the stage. He loves the limelight, loves people listening to him. In his mind, he owned the room. He was in his element. Most people would have been really scared out of their minds. And actually, if you stop thinking about it, that's what I'm wondering if he got something different on this, because the end of the day before, when he found out he wouldn't have to testify that day, he was like so relieved and smiling. And so anyway, it's all an act. Okay, yeah, Canadian trial procedures are similar to, okay, that's good to know. I think we got the best system. Is it perfect? No. I mean, there's injustices that happen all the time. Look at what's going on with Markel's. And juries would convict if given the right information, the right evidence, presented the right way. Okay, thanks, Sandy School. Behavior panel is on YouTube. Yeah, I did look it up to see if there's a channel. I did see that they talk about Wendy, but I have not looked at that yet. I have not had time. But yeah, that's something I'll be looking at in the coming days. Yeah, I think they're, I don't use, as I've said before, I don't use personality disorder terms on this show. As a prosecutor, you don't bring it up in court. So as defense counsel, I could bring up stuff like that if really necessary, but more or less I'm going to bring up the attributes of their character and behavior rather than the label themselves. But I've actually done that before. Actually, I remember I had a nurse that was on a jury, and I was a defense counsel, and I used that jury member to actually talk about personality disorders. And then I brought that up in closing, because that nurse was also in closing, to talk about grandiose narcissistic personality disorder, something like that. And so, it was helpful. Joan Dia, thank you. No, they did a request for change of venue, like during jury selection, defense did, but judge denied it. I mean, they had like the first 2 groupings, the selection from there, so they didn't even have to go through 75 or even 100, and yet they had 900 available. So obviously they picked a jury that was appropriate here without having to move it out of the county or district. Yeah, I think the jury is intelligent. We've got a lot of business people on there, a lot of mothers, a lot of people with real life experience, and people that probably have run into Charlie types before in their life and gotten burned by it. So yeah, some say he was believable. Well, if you just walked into the room and just listened to the guy and didn't really listen to what he's talking to, you're going by body language. I think his body language could come across okay, but it's the substance of what he was saying and how that squares up with what the government has and what he said previously. So keep in mind when Rashbaum was doing all this questioning, like he would cite what was said, and then he would say, "What did you mean by that?" So if you heard the tone of voice, you heard how it was said. He obviously didn't want to replay that like Sarah Dugan did, because it just comes across so drippingly, obviously guilty. So that's why I think that he did what he did. He's just rephrasing all this stuff, and he seems like got an answer for everything. But if you look at the actual substance, you listen to the tapes, and keep in mind the jury can listen to the tapes again, look at the video again. This just has everything all about what guilty people would do. So yeah, OJ, Casey Anthony. I mean, that's not that's not even a realistic comparison. Like I say, there was other things that were done that they made that thing political on the OJ case, and so that's in the Casey Anthony case. I don't know enough about that, but obviously they did some confusion bombs or something like that. But no system's actually perfect. I mean, we're flawed human beings, and none of us are. As prosecutors, always going to have, nothing's perfect, right? You don't ever have the perfect prosecution. There's always mistakes you do. There's always something better you can do from any side. And I mean, Rashbaum isn't perfect on this case, neither is the prosecution. I mean, the closest probably the perfection I've seen here in this case is what Sarah did with Sergeant Corbett. I mean, he was Sergeant Corbett. I've never seen a more brilliant, prepared, and sophisticated law enforcement officer. I mean, he came across like a general on the stand there. So this is like really a good example there. The Adelsons didn't even honor the Jewish unveiling ceremony for the children, especially the headstone, the uncovering. Yeah, well, the kids haven't even been up to see the grave either of their dad, and yet they say prayers, and they have pictures in their room every night. Yeah, okay. Well, when did that start? Like first day of trial or something, so they could say that with a straight face. Yeah, even divorced people would have run there to the father's side. I mean, that's just so cold. And that's gonna say they're just so bold and brazen about this murder. It's just unbelievable. That's what I'm saying. If I was a prosecutor, man, I would have wrapped this stuff up in no time. Gone after all of them. It was so obvious that Jeff Lacoste, what Tamara Demko said about the timing of this was so bizarre. Would have looked at those transcripts of the hearings and any filings and whatnot to see this was a knockdown, drag out divorce proceeding, and Wendy was on the ropes, and something had to burst. Oh, thanks, Joe Andy. Hey, SDS. I mean, those are great guys too. Joel's done great things for this case. I wouldn't be talking here if it wasn't for like Joel and also my brother John asked me to do this. So I don't like doing this kind of stuff. I don't know what else I'll do after this kind of stuff. It just, I'm speaking from the heart because I hate to see injustice, and I also can feel like for Ruth and the Markels. My mom came from Germany as a young teenager, married my dad, an American, and it was very hard on my mom. She had no family here, and then I won't get into it, but let's just say, I've dealt with some nasty issues in life and whatnot. I just hate to see kids go through that, and so anyway, that's sort of what's motivated John and me to talk about this case and try to help support justice. So with that, I'll go ahead and sign off, and I'll see you back here if you can join us at the conference.
instructions, so that way everyone has an opportunity to be heard concerning anything they wish to argue for or anything that they want to omit.
That's fine, Your Honor.
As to 3.1, is there any objection or request?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
3.2, any objection or request?
No objection. Request would be probably conspiracy to commit probably first degree murder.
Right, I will make that edit. And the same with regard to solicitation, Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir.
Does the defense wish to be heard concerning 3.2?
No, Your Honor.
All right, as to introduction to homicide, given what has been argued as a part of the defense case, I really don't know how the justifiable or excusable can be given. Are you advocating for either?
We are not, Your Honor.
The state is not.
All right, and what I'm going to do then, is there a concession by the defense that the homicide was not excusable or justified?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I will remove from 7.1 all reference to excusable and justified homicide.
Your Honor, one brief issue. I know that this is part of the standard instructions, but just for the record, we do waive lesser included offenses. So just putting it out there.
State, do you wish for second degree and manslaughter to be given?
No, sir.
Very well.
I would suggest using the first line under introduction to homicide, and where it says Charles Adelson is accused of first degree murder in count 1 of the indictment, and then read the last sentence of that just above count 1. It says, I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first degree murder. End that with a period, get rid of the or lesser included crime.
One moment. What is the defense's position as to the proposed edit?
We're fine with that, Your Honor.
All right. Then it will read as requested. Charles Adelson is accused of first degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. I will just add, I will now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first degree murder.
That's fine, Your Honor.
And for all the edits that I'm making right now, everyone will receive a copy of this as well.
Your Honor, a very minor.
Go ahead.
The indictment numbers the counts with non-Roman numerals. I don't know. So I don't know if you want to just keep it consistent. Want to say instead of count 1, no Roman numeral 1, just use the number 1. I'm not wedded to it, but obviously just consistency.
I don't think it makes a difference, but Mr. Evans, do you have a position?
No, sir.
I'll just give the Roman numerals.
Okay.
All right, the italicized portion in 7.2, I'm going to remove. And I believe the state's, Mr. Evans, is the state-only theory going to be premeditated?
Yes, sir. So I would suggest doing away with, when it says there are 2 ways, put
Yes.
that entire section together, because I think it would read, fine, I now instruct you on the circumstances must be proved before Charles Adelson may be found guilty of first degree murder.
To prove the crime of first degree premeditated murder would be the next sentence?
Yes, sir.
All right, as to the elements, element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. And I wasn't certain if you all wanted it to read Dan or Daniel. It really doesn't make a difference, I believe, but is there a preference?
It's alleged in the indictment, trying to remember what we did last time.
Last time was Daniel,
Daniel,
I believe.
yeah, we can go with Daniel, because I think they've identified him as both, so.
Very well. Elements 1, 2, and 3, really the only thing that the court has edited with this are just changing the names of defendant and victim. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Charles Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Any objection or request as to the 3 elements?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, moving on to the definitions. An act will be given, killing with premeditation will be given, the question of premeditation will be given, and then the rest of the instruction deals with legally adequate provocation. I assume this is not being requested since there's no argument for it being justified or excusable.
State's not requesting it, Your Honor.
Defense?
Same, Your Honor.
All reference then to legally adequate provocation will be removed, and the instruction will end at the definition of the question of premeditation. And the state is waiving all lessers as well.
Yes, sir.
And the defense specifically is waiving all lesser includeds.
Yes, Your Honor.
And all reference to lesser includeds will be removed, and also from the verdict form as well. Right, and that will take us right into after the instruction on first-degree murder, 3.5A principles.
State is requesting that instruction, Your Honor.
Very well. It will read, if the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if he had done all things the other person or persons did. If the defendant had a conscious intent that the criminal act be done, and the defendant did some act or said some word which was intended to, and which did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. And essentially, it would just be the standard language. Does the defense have any objection or request it wishes to raise?
No, Your Honor.
3.5B, principles when active participant hired by defendant.
State is requesting that one as well.
All right, as to number 3 within 3.5B, I edited this to read, the crime was committed by Sigfredo Garcia and or Luis Rivera. Do you wish there to be any other edits?
I think that's fine with us, Your Honor.
Mr. Evans?
Yes, sir, that will be fine.
After 3.5B, this is where earlier when I was suggesting intent as a standalone instruction from 13.1, this is where I would otherwise think it's a good place for it to be inserted. It would just read intent in capital letters, and below, the intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. Does the state have any position about giving in the definition of intent as a standalone instruction or where it should go?
No, sir, that would be acceptable spot.
Defense?
Your Honor, I don't believe it's necessary because principle in particular does talk about conscious intent. I don't know that we need a separate instruction on it.
Well, it certainly incorporates the word intent, but nowhere, I believe, is intent defined specifically.
I don't believe this separate intent instruction was used in the prior trial, or I don't know about the first one, but I don't believe it was in the instructions in the previous case. I don't think it's necessary, so we would object.
Very well, Mr. Evans.
I do not believe it was included in the last one. I don't believe either side requested it. We would, we are okay with it and would request that it be go.
Right, the test for The inclusion of an instruction, I believe, is found at Butler versus State, 14, 7th, 3rd, 269, with the factors being: an instruction accurately states the applicable law, the facts in the case support giving the instruction, and the instruction was necessary to allow the jury to properly resolve all issues in the case. Whether or not the defendant has acted with intent as it relates to the primary offense, first-degree murder, I don't think anyone is disputing whatsoever. I'm going to give the instruction as requested from the state, as it does meet the grounds outlined in Butler. Is there any argument as to where it should be positioned within the instructions themselves?
It could either go where it is, or it could be placed after the reasonable doubt instruction. I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other.
Does the defense have a position as to where it would be positioned?
I think, I'm sorry, did you say before reasonable doubt?
No,
I think if it's gonna be included, it should be before reasonable doubt.
I do not have a problem with sticking it before reasonable doubt.
Very well, I will move it there. Right, moving on to count 2, conspiracy to commit. Mr. Evans, you would ask that this read first-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
No objection.
Right, element 1, the intent of Charles Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. And then as to element 2, I'm just going to remove the italicized portion. Because we've already defined first-degree murder in the instructions, I don't believe we need to repeat it. Is either party asking for it?
No, sir.
No, you're.
All right, moving on to element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson, Mr. Evans, which of the bracketed portions are you asking for?
We would ask for all 4, Your Honor.
Very well. I will just place a semicolon after each one.
We would request that between combined and confederated, that an or be placed.
That's fine. You said after the semicolon or before it?
It would be after the semicolon if I'm
Yes.
correct.
Just making sure. All right, element 2, in order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Catherine McBanawa, and this was another edit I made, and other co-conspirators to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. Is there any objection or request?
No, sir.
I don't know that he's accused in the indictment, Your Honor, of conspiring with others, I think.
Let me bring up the indictment.
Oh, you know what, Your Honor? No objection.
Very well. And go back to how that will read once again. In order to carry out the intent, Charles Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Catherine McBanawa and or other co-conspirators to cause the first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that, and the state's asking for all four again.
Yes, sir.
It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. As it pertains to the good faith affirmative defense of renunciation, is there any argument for this?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
Not from the state. We don't believe there's any evidence of it, Your Honor.
I'll remove it. I don't believe there's any evidence either, but better to ask the question than just to leave. All right, there are no category 1 lesser includeds of count 2. Are there any being requested by the defense
No, Your Honor.
or the state?
No, sir.
Moving on to count 3, the wording of the header, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Is that the state's request once again?
Yes, sir.
To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, and this is where I've edited this during the trial, but it would read, Charles Adelson solicited Catherine Magbenois, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to commit first-degree murder. Any objection or request?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
Element 2, during the solicitation, Charles Adelson, and of the bracketed portions, Mr. Evans, which are being requested.
All 4. And the or being in place, consistent with what we did in the prior instruction.
Very well. Starting back at the beginning, during the solicitation, Charles Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Catherine Magbenois, Sigfredo Garcia, and or Luis Rivera to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. And the one definition that would be given would be to solicit. The affirmative defense, again, concerning renunciation, this would be removed unless there's any argument for keeping it.
None from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Well, following then count 3, the definition of intent would be given as a standalone instruction. Then we would move into 3.7, plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. 3.9, weighing the evidence. And then going into the witness testimony, specifically of the give as applicable portion, which are being asked for.
I believe, from what I've heard, all but number 10.
Defense.
Definitely, well, I think we want 6, 7, 8, I think 9, I think we ought to take out, I don't know if anyone's been convicted of a misdemeanor, so I don't know if that's applicable.
Certainly felony.
I don't know that there's been
I don't think there's been any.
reputation evidence per se.
I
Correct.
don't believe there's been any specific, that's the reason the state isn't requesting it.
Right, 10 will be removed then. As to 9, you're just asking, has the witness been convicted of a felony, and put the question mark there.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Myers?
That's fine then.
For 8, I will just put an or between he and she. It would read, the witness at some other time make a statement that's inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court.
That's fine then.
Right, law enforcement witness, is this being requested? Under the give as applicable, next give as applicable section?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, the fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her
Correct, yes, Your Honor.
testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. We have had multiple experts. I assume the parties want this to be given as well.
Yes, sir.
Accomplices and informants. The amening can stop from the defense table for this one. All right, as the bracketed portion, claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime and hopes to gain favorable treatment would be the ones I think are most appropriate. Is anything else being asked for?
I think, Your Honor, the immunity piece is important because Ms. Nagbanawa was offered immunity at various points.
I don't have any objection to it, because also remember Ms. Adelson testified.
Right. Then it will read, for example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime, comma, has been promised immunity from prosecution, comma, or hopes to gain more favorable treatment. I guess this really isn't a his or her, this is just really her case. Mr. Evans, is there any objection to editing out his and the or from hopes to gain?
We would object, Your Honor. I don't know that the evidence came out at trial, but Mr. Rivera has written quite a few letters to the state, and I believe he's filed a number of motions asking for a reduced sentence based on his cooperation and testimony. So I believe it's...
Well, if it didn't come out in trial, those would be facts, not evidence, would they not?
They would be, but okay,
Ms. Myers,
that's fine,
there's not a good faith argument for arguing facts, not in evidence.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not good faith, it's just confused. So no, that's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Evans, unless you have an issue, I'll leave it in, but really the only person the jury has heard that's hoping to gain favorable treatment is Ms. Nagbanawa.
Yes, sir. I don't have any objection to removing it.
Very well. Hopes to gain more favorable treatment in her own case. May have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. All right, at this portion, it will remain his or her because this would go to both Rivera and Nagbanawa. There are no children witnesses in this matter. Defendant has testified, so that will be given. The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the other witnesses. Witness talk to lawyer, is this being requested?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe they have, both sides, from what I understand, but from what I saw, several witnesses admitted talking to lawyers.
Right. And I will just place an or between his and her, and the given all cases will be given. Yes,
Your Honor,
Ms. Myers.
I'm not sure I remember what testimony that is about witness talking to a lawyer. other than the defendant talking to his own attorneys, and I don't know that that warrants an instruction.
Are you asking for it to be removed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Evans, is there a specific piece of the testimony that you're referring to for why you wish it to remain?
One of the defendant did, I recall, testified this morning that he had talked to his lawyer, and then I'm trying to remember during the direct or cross of Ms. Banawa, if there was any discussions about her talking with her lawyer or with the prosecutor.
I believe in reference to both the proffer and also the lack of her attorneys being here, it came up in both contexts. Is there any further argument from the defense? I would think this line is fairly benign. It's not otherwise alluding to anyone doing something improper.
Oh, yeah, yes, Your Honor, I think in connection with the proffers, Ms. Magbanaway, the state is correct, that Ms. Magbanaway did testify that she did not speak to her, or did not have her lawyers present, so that's...
Present in the courtroom or present during the proffer itself?
Present in the proffer, is what I believe she said, or maybe she was referring to the courtroom, but either way, it's fine, Your Honor.
Very well. Defendant's statements, this will be given. Any objection or request to the wording?
I don't believe the my understanding is 3.9 refers to statements that Mr. Adelson would have made to police, and he was never interviewed by police.
If you're asking for it to be removed, I'll remove it.
Oh, yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Very well. I do believe this does raise the context of law enforcement statements at the same time as there was an active wire. It kind of straddles that line, but I will remove unless the state is asking for it to be given for some reason.
No, sir, I'm not asking for it to be given.
Right, rules for deliberation, 3.10. Any objection or request?
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
It's fine, Your Honor.
Cautionary instruction, any objection or request?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
3.12 sub A, any objection or request?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
3.12 verdict, any objection or request?
No, sir.
I will modify the verdict form to get rid of the lessers for count 1.
Yes, sir.
Then it will read, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit, and I'll just make it consistent here, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the information. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
Your Honor, I believe on that, I believe it should read indictment.
Oh, yes, it should. Thank you. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Option A, the defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Option B, the defendant is not guilty as to count 3, and then to be signed and dated by the foreperson.
Be November, I believe.
Yes.
Okay.
I've already made that change.
You were an optimist, we put October.
Well, you never know. All right, 2.7, closing. Any objection or request?
No, sir.
3.13, submitting the case. Really, the main edit to be made in this is what will go back with them.
I'm confused on that, Your Honor.
What I have in my edit now is the audio, cell phone summary, discs, jump drives, photographic, and video exhibits will be sent into the jury room when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing.
Acceptable.
Defense?
That's fine, Your Honor.
I think the main thing as it relates to any disc or multimedia piece of evidence, nothing else is on there except what needs to be on there. So it's not causing any potential for a mistrial. If you all need to review what is going to go back to ensure this, it's probably a good idea, especially since we have all afternoon. But that would be me putting a bug in your ears. So there's nothing going back there that shouldn't be.
We have not submitted any electronic evidence, Your Honor, but we will confer with the state to ensure that the transcripts aren't part of the wires that go back.
Because I believe all of those were just demonstrative for being out here. Once they're in there, it's just the raw footage or raw audio.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Any other requests or objections as to the instructions?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
I will send both sides a copy of what has just been edited on my screen. You'll have an opportunity to review it further if you wish. And before we get started on Monday morning, if something needs to be changed, well, I'll put it this way. If you're asking for anything else, please email my assistant immediately, so that way on Monday, we can just jump into it and keep rolling.
Yes, sir.
Right. We are in recess.
All right, so they're on break until Monday. They got all the jury instructions in there. That was really a standardized process. It's pretty much typical in any court of law, whether it's civil or criminal. Obviously, different instructions apply to each case, but similar instructions will be like on determining witness credibility, what proof beyond reasonable doubt is, things of that nature are all standard in these kind of trials. And so I think I heard that the state did not want to ask for a murder 2 instruction. So like a heat of passion type murder that has a lesser penalty of it. It's not life without parole. And so that would probably be like 25 to life or something like that, depending on which state it is. I haven't followed it for Florida, but in any event, the state isn't asking for that and the defense didn't ask for that. So there's no like what they call lesser included offenses that a jury could say, well, we don't agree that he committed murder in the first degree, which is premeditated, but we do think he will maybe settle it for those that think he should be acquitted or something. We'll settle it for murder 2, so he's not going to have to do as long of a sentence. So something like that is how they negotiate that out. But neither party, as I heard it, asked for any lesser included on these charges here for murder 1. So it's either going to be like murder 1 for the first charge, or it's going to be for a conviction or not guilty, and the same with the other ones as well. And the charges on these, they tend to go all the same. I mean, if sort of like if you believe the solicitation, then normally you'd believe the rest of this stuff happened, right? So, but sometimes jurors will just agree to horse trade and do that kind of stuff for charges. They'll come up with some convictions on some and others not, and so that's the way they'll sort of like come to a resolution. And so sometimes it doesn't really make sense, but that's what the jury comes up with, and if they're unanimous, then the state wants to get a win of some sort. They don't want to just go murder one or nothing. And so that's why they do have conspiracy and also the solicitation to commit that. Yeah, I've not seen the video yet on Wendy and hypnosis. Yeah, I do think the for the OJ case, the Rodney King thing probably did have something to do with it. They also, if you recall, they also tried the OJ case in a district like outside of the district of the crime, and so that also I think played with it. Just looking over questions here. I don't know if Trial is trying to look pitiful or if it's the drugs that he's on, but I think he looks a whole lot different each day. It sort of goes, it changes and fluctuates from day to day. So maybe that's just the different meds or how much sleep he's gotten. And I do not think he looks good as a defendant sitting there for a whole week now. I think he looks really like he's not taking this whole thing seriously. And I think he thinks that he basically owned the room, and he just it was his night to shine, his day to shine, and he just really loves hearing himself talk. And so I think we saw the real Charlie. So if the jury really buys this stuff and how he can put a spin on, no, that's not what I said. I said something different because I meant something different. There was other facts involved in all those conversations. Really, over that many conversations over 2 weeks, if you can really trick a jury into believing that, then then I guess there is no justice in Tallahassee. So. I've never seen a judge do what he's doing. I don't know exactly what you're talking about, but this is what they're supposed to do, is go through jury instructions. So this is all standard from my perspective. Were there ever a law-abiding group? I mean, yeah, I think this kind of, the way Charlie's acting here, he's acting consistent with his character. I think people don't tend to, at his age when this happened, so it was 10 years ago, so what, he's like 36, 37, that kind of stuff, you don't just suddenly decide to become a criminal. There's always stuff that you've done beforehand over your lifetime as an adult. He just didn't get caught. Yeah, so sort of like all or none on each of the individual charges. So there's no lesser included in murder that they asked for. Like manslaughters are lesser included for murder. So I didn't see any requests for those kind of instructions at all. Do I think it's possible a jury commits on solicitation but gets hung or acquitted on the other charges, compromise? Jurors can do whatever particular thing they want to do that kind of compromise. But if there's a hung jury on any particular charge, they'll say there's a hung jury unless the state would move to dismiss. But I've never seen that happen before, because they don't know which charge they're necessarily hung up on. I guess they would say which charge they're hung up on. I take that back, but I just don't see that happening here, and I don't think they're really going to horse trade that way on this one at all. It's probably all conviction or all acquittal or all hung jury, but I don't see anything but a conviction come out of this. Thanks, Laura. Yeah, court's order for the day. Eat with candy. Yeah, I just think if you know that somebody committed murder, and the government's theory is that all these people were a part of this murder for the Adelson clan, then I would go after all of them. I don't care what the verdict is on any of these cases. I'd just go after them one by one, because just saying, well, we didn't get a conviction on this first one, so we're not gonna go after the rest. But I would suspect if they don't get a conviction on Charlie, then they probably would circle the wagons and say, look, we're sticking a fork in it, and we're not gonna go after the rest. So that would be hugely disappointing and upsetting. But I just don't see that being a realistic possibility at all. Should she have brought Luis back to just to rebut the fact that he wasn't part of this thing. I mean, it's almost like, I think Charlie, you either believe Charlie's just the guy that you heard on the videotapes and all this undercover video. Either that's the guy who's trying to cover up his involvement, or it's not. And I don't think really anything that Luis or Katie could have said is really going to change that in the juror's mind. Would you like to come on stronger with a rebuttal statement to with some kind of rebuttal evidence to rebut that? Yeah, as a prosecutor, normally you like to come off as the last one. And so, but, you know, for defense on a murder case and only having the defendant and a lawyer for an unindicted co-conspirator as your only defense witnesses, this is really weak. It's a really weak strategy. I've never had just the defendant and some esoteric witness like that for a case ever. I've never had that. So this is like it's really a weak perspective. I look at it from the defense, and I've said that all along. It's like he's got really no legitimate defense here. So yeah, so what's the plan for next week is they'll give the instructions to the jury, then they'll do their closing arguments, and then they'll give the paperwork and the evidence to the jury, and then they'll deliberate, and then they'll come back as soon as they're decided. And I don't think this is going to take that long. I think it's going to take under 2 hours. Since they got the whole weekend and it's not at the end of the day, they may take longer, like two or 3 hours, but I think we'll have a verdict in the morning. Yeah, the real Charlie's going to come out, so don't let him trick you. He had a year and a half to reinvent himself. I thought it was interesting that defense counsel brought up that he's been in jail this whole time. And so, I mean, maybe they wanted to explain the way he looked like he hadn't been out in the sun for so long. But in any event, they probably would have figured it out anyway, so maybe it's not a big deal. But I do think that the detailed preparation that they had, the way the defense counsel was doing all the leading and trying to connect the dots and all that kind of stuff without showing documentation on the screen like the prosecution did. So I think that's what's really gonna what they're gonna focus on, and what I think the prosecutor will focus on in their closing arguments. If he's hung, do you think he'll take a plea? No, I don't see him taking a plea or trying to come back and get a sentence reduction post life without parole, unless it's without parole, Texas Fizz. And so I don't see him taking a plea unless he knows both his parents are dead. I think that's the only way he's going to cut a deal. Guys like him, he can talk his way out of anything. He'll try to go for another trial. He'll be like Katie, where he has to wait in jail until a second trial occurs as well. And so it's I just don't see how they're going to do a hung jury. There's not going to be those kind of people that get tricked by this. And keep in mind that there's a thing we call the dynamite instruction. All states have it in all federal courts, where if the jury comes back and says, "Hey, Your Honor, we can't decide on this the verdict, where we have some dispute among us, and we're sort of like deadlocked," so the judge will tell them to go back, and after one or two of those, he'll actually give an instruction where it says, "Look,
if you're running a household, the me time you need to focus."
Thanks, Ben. It takes a lot of effort to retry a case. It's a waste of resources and whatnot. And a second jury is not going to have any different information for the most part. So we really want you to reassess the information and see where you can find common ground. And so it's sort of like just telling them quit wasting time and quit being too obstinate in your positions, and try to see where you can go over the evidence in more detail and see if you can change minds. Yeah, the tapes and the videos, that's it's game over. There's no way you can explain that with any credibility with a straight face. Yeah, so from my experience, if the jurors come in all the way to work and they park in the parking lot and they go up in there and then they get the instructions and they hear the arguments and all that kind of stuff, I mean, you're going to probably be talking about it's probably going to be after lunch. They'll probably be allowed a couple hours each or something like that. So I would say and then prosecutor gets a chance to argue a second time after the defense. So prosecution goes first, then defense does their argument, and then prosecution gets to go one more time because they have the burden of proof. So yeah, we're probably talking about most today between those two things, and then I'll get the evidence later part of the day. And so I think that's going to help make them to say, hey, look, we got a couple hours here. Let's get out of here by 4 or whatever. So I think that would help motivate them, unless there's some dissension on the jury. But normally they go back and raise their hands, say how many are thinking vote of the conviction versus, and then how many show of hands a vote of not guilty. Or they may do it just, hey, write it to not embarrass anybody. Just everybody like rip up a little piece of paper and put down what you think, whether you're ready to vote now and whether it's guilty or not guilty. I mean, the penalty is life without parole if it's murder 1. I haven't looked up the ones for the other 2, but they would be something less than that. Conspiracy doesn't necessarily mean it was accomplished, and solicitation doesn't necessarily mean it was accomplished. So those would not be the same kind of sentence. So those would probably be something like 25 on up. The state didn't involve Sigfredo because he wasn't willing to cooperate. Through his lawyer, he wants to fight this on appeal. And we've never heard a statement from him. He's never testified in the first trial. He was facing with Katie. And so this is what's so bizarre, is that these lawyers could not get him to flip. It's really bizarre. I've never seen a case where he had so many co-defendants that wouldn't cooperate. But if you have more people charged, the more people you have charged, normally the more likely it is to bust up the logjam. And so that's why I was surprised they haven't charged more of the Adelsons and just try them all together. Especially after you had the Dolce Vita. But like I say, in this particular case, I think the Dolce Vita, they had strong enough case. Dolce Vita was not as critical. And so I think it was helpful, but it wasn't absolutely critical. So I wish they would have tried all of them together. So, yeah, well, Sigfredo's not willing to testify. I guess they could have done an order to testify, just like they did for Wendy. But because his case was appealing, he probably would have lied or something like that. So it's not going to get you anywhere unless he's, because he's already convicted with life without parole. It's going to be hard to get any cooperation out of him, even if you get an order to cooperate. I mean, if he's life without parole, what's him being held in contempt going to matter? The judge find him in contempt for not agreeing to testify. I don't know about the Dahlia case. I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with that. So with that, I think we'll wrap it up here, and we will have, we'll be back, I think, Monday, if there's some decision by John and I, and with Ben's help to go on again. Tonight we will do so, but right now that's not my intent, and I will go forward with another court TV is going to be on tonight, same time, 8 o'clock. And thank Nurturing too. You say I nailed it every time. You know, it's just based on my experience. I'm not going to be correct 100% of the time, and I don't have necessarily foreknowledge. Because a lot of this is dependent on who the players are, right? Every attorney is going to handle stuff a little bit different. I mean, I would have handled it differently. Where the you know, for example, I think it's important to have the same attorney on opening as closing. So, are we going to see Sarah on the closing here? I don't know. I think we should. I think it's important. I think she had that credibility and trust with the jury, and she's had some key witnesses here. Granted, she didn't have Charlie, but I think she had you know, the best examination of a complex matter that I've ever seen when she did the direct on Sergeant Corbett, and all that complex handling of the information and showing it up on the screen and all that kind of stuff. I mean, she did really good on that. So why not just go ahead and use her on closing? So I would expect that to be the more, but I could be wrong on that. But it's all a matter of who's calling the shots. And Georgia has, you know, she's in the deputy position there, so she has a say in whether she wants to do some or defer it to one of her colleagues. Yeah, Amanda, he does seem innocent based on the cross. Okay, well, you're not there. You're not sitting there looking at him from the jury. Are you aware of how all this other stuff that came out of the way he talked derogatory about people and single mothers and all that kind of stuff? I mean, a lot of this stuff, the jury has the highest standard of critique with the defendant. Okay, so if you're saying that the maestro believed him over his wiretaps, so do you believe the Charlie that you saw from the wiretaps in 2016, or do you believe that what he's saying now? And do you believe he has 100% recall like he does? Do you really believe that he was extorted by Katie, a Katie who's not even smart enough to figure out how to get out of jail for free card? So, I mean, these people are really not adept at negotiating life. And Charlie knew that. Charlie exploited him like that way. So, yeah, if you just looked in and heard this guy testifying, he may look like, okay, he sounds like a smooth guy. He looks like he's got nothing to hide, the way he sounds. But if you really look at the evidence, look at a deep dive like the jury has been in front of them, they've been taking notes, and they get a better sense of judging somebody's credibility than we do here through the video. But I'm just playing myself as if I was there and sizing up the evidence and credibility and stuff like that, because I've seen scores and scores of witnesses over the years, and I think I have a pretty good predictable opinion on how evidence shakes out, how witnesses came across, and how attorneys did. And I've just been telling you straight like it is. I've not been holding anything back, and I think the prosecution has done the job they needed to get done to get a conviction. I think the defense counsel had nothing to work with. I think they did with this radical theory, they did the best they could. Apparently, this theory was vetted through the jury trial selection folks, and I would, if they came up with this theory of how it worked of the extortion, then they're not supposed to do that. But so it probably was Charlie putting a spin on this, and they figure out how this would help them as well. But think about it, Charlie's the only one to testify to this. And so does Charlie have that much credibility with you that you believe him in his new revision of Charlie, where he's a nice, likable guy that's just peaceful, has no violence in him at all, no criminal corruption at all? I mean, is that really the guy you think that you saw today? Or are you going to look at and look at that other evidence? I would have liked the prosecutor to bring up more dirt on him, on stuff we got about his background, shady deals he's done, threats and whatnot, bullying other people and intimidating them through lawyers or corrupt cops and stuff of that nature. So he never reached out to those kind of people. I sort of would have liked that as an argument and whatnot. But the bottom line is you have a reinvented Charlie and you have the old Charlie. The old Charlie is absolutely talks like a guilty party, as well as do the other people that he's talking to. So the question is, who are you going to believe? Are you going to believe something where like he said, his life's on the line, where he's going to say and spin everything he can? Or are you going to believe what he said when he was basically trying to run from the law? And keep in mind, he even talked about fleeing the country. Innocent people don't flee the country. Innocent people don't flee the law. And innocent people don't talk about killing somebody over a $5,000 demand for money. So it all adds up as guilty. And there's no other way you can credibly with a straight face say that, and looking at all that evidence, that he acted normal as an innocent person. It's just not credible whatsoever. How does prosecution change if there's a retrial? If there were to be a retrial, well, they talk to jurors and find out what didn't they do right? Why was there a holdup? Why wouldn't they vote to convict? What would have changed their mind? What evidence were they looking for? Maybe a juror might say, well, I didn't want to convict because I didn't hear enough about how much they really were fighting, and was Wendy really facing a chance of losing her bar license? The one attorney for Dan said he thought that she had done something seriously wrong. Wendy's lawyer said, no, there wasn't a big deal with that. So, I mean, I'm just giving an example. So that's the kind of stuff they can perfect on appeal. And every time they go to retrial, they can get better and better in finding out what do they need to do to break that logjam and actually get a conviction that's unanimous for all 12. Yeah, his foul mouth and his rants, and the way he came across on the video, and I mean, this is a dentist of all things, a periodontist that you have to go to 3 extra years beyond dental school, and he's hanging out with these kind of people that, I mean, he was a complete Miami player type of guy that the jury picks up on, and they know he's shady as all get out in the way he conducts stuff, so. That's not going to be lost on this jury. Sorry, I guess I'm going the wrong direction. I'm getting older questions rather than newer questions. Yeah, I think Charlie doesn't respect women at all. I think a powerful woman would have been great, and he doesn't surround himself with business women, right? So here he is making $3.5 million. He's hanging out with hourly wage people. Now, there's nothing wrong with that internally, but if you're into doing bad stuff, then who are you going to be able to take advantage of, right? Yeah, they don't talk in code and delete messages and do all that kind of stuff. They didn't come out in this trial that Wendy deletes messages that I recall, but I believe Jeff Lacoste said she started deleting messages like in the springtime. She'd never done that before. So again, all this stuff is just very, very indicative of a conspiracy. Thank you, Anne. And let's see. What was the response to why Vinny from Court TV when asked, how does he know that this is the 4th and final trial? Yeah, I don't know. We don't know. We don't know exactly what the prosecution is going to do. Is there going to be more Adelsons arrested? I mean, I think if they get a conviction here, that ought to give them the confidence to go forward and go ahead and arrest all the rest of them. There's just so much. Think about how much work was involved in this. I just would want to wrap them all up, have multiple co-defendants, and sort of have them pointing at each other, and then you can sort of really see the family. The family have to defend themselves, and they won't be able to point the finger at each other, obviously. Charlie never pointed the finger at his family, obviously. And that's why Rushbaum spent so much time defending all of them. Yeah, Charlie said he didn't pay for her. Yeah, I won't say that, but yeah, that's exactly. That was some of the real Charlie coming out. So those are some of the good points I thought Charlie heard himself on that were brought out by Georgia. So anyway, I'm going to wrap it up here. Thanks for wishing everyone a nice week. And you guys too. And just don't let this thing get to you. Just sort of enjoy your family, your weekend, and get away from this. I know a lot of you guys have been following this the whole time. So it's been very emotional sitting through this, isn't it? Those of you who've been following this for months and years, I've been following this just going on a year now in December. So yeah, it's been pretty riveting and pretty upsetting. I think the emotions of like the fact they're getting away with this for long would really stir a lot of attention to this. I think that the national media on this is going to help push us over the edge and get more traction on it for more arrests. I would hope they try them both. I hope they try all 3 of them, the remaining 3 Adelsons. So don't know if they may just be more conservative and just go one at a time. But I think more conservative approach is actually, in essence, more risky in getting convictions because you can't bring in the as much as the evidence against how they all planned it together and whatnot. And why not just try to get this over for the family as well, the Markel family. Really, I mean, we'd go through that many more trials. Charlie even admitted that all these guys, the state's theory is that all these guys, it was a whole family affair. So just bring all the family in together. And think about it, if you brought them all in together, the kids would have to go into find new homes. So who would be better than the Markel family? That'd be perfect. Although I must say that they probably would not be held, they'd be able to bond out. So I guess in that sense, but I think the case could be made that, these kids are in danger and whatnot. And there's a lot of talk about could they flee the country or not, whatnot. I mean, they could, but they're also saying that they're being followed, or there's surveillance on them by the FBI and their whereabouts and stuff like that. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't think they have the resources to really worry about them people. Hopefully that is the case, but so, okay, I'm going to sign off for now. So have a great weekend.